Setelah sebulan saya tunggu kau kabar. Saya setia tunggu dan sabar.
Tapi kau berubah, kau balik su ada dia. Ternyata kau sudah bahagia.
Saya titipkan dia, ku janji jangan luka dia. Bahagiakan dia, setelah mau lihat air mata. Tolong jaga dia, menyayangi dia, sayang dia apa adanya.
You call me again, drunk in your Benz, driving home under the influence. You scared me to death, but I'm wasting my breath, 'cause you only listen to your fuck. I don't relate to you, no I don't. I don't relate to you, no, 'cause I'd never treat me this shitty. You made me hate this city, no. And I don't talk shit about you on the internet. Never told anyone anything bad, 'cause that shit's embarrassing. You were my everything. All that you did was make me fucking sad. So don't waste the time I don't have. Oh, don't try to make me feel bad. I could talk about every time that you showed up on time. I'd have an empty line, 'cause you never did, never paid any mind to my mother or friends. So I shut them all out for you, 'cause I was a kid. You ruined everything good. Always said you were misunderstood. Made all my moments your own. Just fucking leave me alone.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Hei. Hei, hei.
You call me again, drunk in your bed.
Seluruh hatiku, oh indahnya dirimu, ku jatuh hati padamu. Tak terasa waktu berlalu, kini kau telah jadi milikku. Betapa bahagianya aku saat kau ada di sisiku. Kini tiba saatnya kita harus melangkah. Temani diriku di sisa waktumu. Genggamlah tanganku bersamaku, kau kan menentukan arah. Bersama diriku yang kan selalu menjaga dirimu. Yakinkan hatimu temaniku di setiap langkah-langkahku. Ku di sini di sampingmu, ku kan selalu ada untukmu. Kini tiba saatnya kita harus melangkah. Temani diriku di sisa waktumu. Genggamlah tanganku bersamaku, kau kan menentukan arah. Bersama diriku yang kan selalu menjaga dirimu. Yakinkan hatimu temaniku di setiap langkah-langkahku. Ku di sini di sampingmu, ku kan selalu ada untukmu. Oh, 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 oh. Tanganku bersamaku, kau kan menentukan arah. Bersama diriku yang kan selalu menjaga dirimu. Yakinkan hatimu temaniku di setiap langkah-langkahku. Ku di sini di sampingmu, ku kan selalu ada. Genggamlah tanganku bersamaku, kau kan menentukan arah. Bersama diriku yang kan selalu menjaga dirimu.
Excuse me, Shani.
kebanyalah Tuhan suka si dia parbeta. Inikah tulang rusuk yang Tuhan ambil dari beta. Bahagia siono naik, beta bahagia sayang. Dan kebanyak sayangnya mau hidup ding beta selamanya. Beta janji, beta jaga ale untuk selamanya. Beta janji akan setia hanya untuk satu cinta. Ini cinta yang beta punya dari relung hati jiwa. Cuma per ale sajalah cinta ni abadi selamanya. Dan kebanyalah Tuhan suka si dia parbeta. Inikah tulang rusuk yang Tuhan ambil dari beta. Bahagia siono naik, beta bahagia sayang. Dan kebanyak sayangnya mau hidup ding beta selamanya. Beta janji, beta jaga ale untuk selamanya. Beta janji akan setia hanya untuk satu cinta. Ini cinta yang beta punya dari relung hati jiwa.
I'm really on the ropes this time. I've been fighting all my life for you. I never should have said goodbye, but maybe that's what stupid people do. 'Cause you gave me peace and I wasted it. I'm here to admit that you were my medicine. Oh, I couldn't quit, and I'm down on my knees again, asking for nothing. Thank you for the happiest year of my life. Thank you for the happiest year of my life. Ooh. Don't think I could forgive myself. I'm sorry for the ways that I used you. And I could care less right now, but you know you hurt me pretty good too. Yeah, we made each other bleed, and we tasted it. I'm here to admit that you were my medicine. Oh love, I couldn't quit, and I'm down on my knees again. Thank you for the happiest year of my life. Oh, thank you for the happiest year of my life. Ooh. So wake me up when they build that time machine. I wanna go back. Wake me up when you were sleeping next to me. 'Cause I really loved you. Ooh, ooh. Thank you for the happiest year of my life. Thank you for the happiest year of my life. Oh, thank you for the happiest year of my life. Yeah. Thank you for the happiest year of my life. Thank you for the happiest year of my life.
Myself dreaming in silver and gold, like a scene from a movie that every broken heart knows. We were walking on moonlight when you pulled me close. Split second and you disappeared, and then I was all alone.
I woke up in tears with you by my side, a breath of relief, and I realized, knowing I promised tomorrow.
So I'm gonna love you like I'm gonna lose you. I'm gonna hold you like I'm saying goodbye. Wherever we're standing, I won't take you for granted, 'cause we'll never know when we'll run out of time. So I'm gonna love you like I'm gonna lose you. I'm gonna love you like I'm gonna lose you.
In the blink of an eye, just a whisper of smoke, you could lose everything. The truth is you never know. So I'll kiss you longer,
I'll
babe.
kiss you longer,
Any chance
baby.
that I get, I'll make the most of the minutes in love with no regrets.
Let's take our time to say what we want, use what we got before it's all gone.
Look into my eyes, you will see what you mean to me. Search your heart, search your soul, and when you find me there, you'll search no more.
Don't tell me it's not worth trying for. Can't tell me it's not worth dying for.
You know it's true. Everything I do it for you. Look into your heart, you'll find there's nothing there to hide.
Take me as I am, take my life. I would give it all, I would sacrifice.
Don't tell me it's not worth fighting for. I can't help it, there's nothing I want more. You know it's true. Everything I do it for you. Oh yeah. There's no love like your love, and no other could give more love. There's nowhere unless you're never showed me the reverse, and that really hurts. Baby, it really hurts. They try to sell your body and your soul. It's the price you pay for rock and roll, and no one understands it, how you feel, for it's so unreal. Oh, it's so unreal. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. I thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Critics crucify your latest show. Another drink and then you lose control. And then on stage I feel a fire burn. There is no return. I'm always on the run. I give it to you, babe, with all my heart, for it's not too late. Oh, it's not too late. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. I thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Baby, don't you cry for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. I thought I knew what life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion.
Oh, thinking about all our younger years, there was only you and me. We were young and wild and free. Now nothing can take you away from me. We've been down that road before, but that's over now. You keep me coming back for more.
And baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven.
Oh, once in your life you found someone who will turn your world around, bring you up when you're feeling down. Now nothing can change what you mean to me. Oh, there's lots that I could just hold me now, 'cause I never light away.
And baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Yeah,
I've been waiting for so long for something to arrive, for love to come along.
now our dreams are coming true, through the good times and the bad. Yeah, I'll be standing there by you. Oh. And baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
There goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. There goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason.
There goes my head shaking, and you are the reason. My heart keeps bleeding. I need you now. If I could turn back the clock, make sure the lights are feed at the dark, spend every hour of every day keeping you safe. I climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. 'Cause
Baik, selamat pagi dan selamat datang kembali untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat Bapak Dewan Juri, yang saya hormati panitia lomba debat bahasa Inggris, yang saya banggakan adik-adik peserta lomba debat bahasa Inggris dan juga guru pembimbingnya. Hari ini kita memasuki agenda baru, di mana hari ini kita akan mengadakan 3 agenda penting untuk hari ini. Yang pertama, kita akan melakukan sesi ketiga dari babak penyisihan, kemudian akan dilanjutkan dengan pengumuman babak penyisihan, dan langsung dilanjutkan dengan babak semifinal. Selain itu juga saya menghimbau untuk Bapak Ibu guru pembimbing dan juga peserta yang sudah mengikuti lomba debat bahasa Inggris kemarin untuk hari ini hadir kembali di tempat ini bersama-sama kita untuk menunjukkan rasa kebersamaan kita dan juga untuk mendengarkan hasil pengumuman babak penyisihan nanti. Oleh karena itu dari tempat ini saya mengundang Bapak Ibu pembimbing dan juga peserta dari sekolah-sekolah yang telah mengikuti perlombaan debat bahasa Inggris kemarin. Selanjutnya di tempat ini juga saya akan mengecek kehadiran peserta untuk sesi ketiga hari ini. SMA Citra Bakti hadir. SMA 1 Riung Barat hadir. SMAN 2 Bajawa hadir. Hadir. SMAN 1 Restorasi Riung hadir. SMAN 1 Inerie. Oke, baik. Oleh karena itu, tanpa memperpanjang waktu, kami mengundang ketua tim dari setiap peserta untuk hadir dan mengambil nomor urut untuk lawan, untuk mengetahui lawan masing-masing. Kami undang ketua dari setiap masing-masing peserta, masing-masing tim. Satu kan, satu SMAN 1 Golewasa. Baik, saya absen kembali. SMA Citra Bakti hadir? Maksudnya hadir? Oh ya. SMAN 1 Riung Barat, SMAN 1 Restorasi Riung, SMAN 1 Inerie. Oke. Berarti SMAN 2 Bajawa. Oh ya, silakan adik-adik dibuka. Ada nomor berapa? Kita lihat. Nomor 7, yang mendapat nomor 7 juga? Kita change ya. Yang 6? Yang juga, oh ya. Oh ya. Nona dari mana? Nona dari mana? Oh ya, SMAN Negeri 2 Bajawa melawan Citra Bakti. Nona? 8 berarti yang 28. Ya. Ya. Oleh karena itu, saya bacakan hasilnya. Yang tadi dapat nomor 6, oh ya, Oleh karena itu untuk penampil pertama adalah peserta dengan nomor urut 6 dari Citra Bakti dan SMAN 2 Bajawa. Citra Bakti melawan SMAN 2 Bajawa. Oke, yang akan tampil nomor urut 2 yang tadi sudah diambil dengan nomor urut 7 adalah SMAN 1 Inerie dan SMAN 1 Restorasi Riung. Kemudian untuk SMAN 1 Riung Barat akan melawan SMAN 1 Golewa Selatan. Kemarin sudah diambil karena free lottery, jadi sudah diambil lawannya berdasarkan 14 sekolah yang sudah dipilih sebelumnya ya. Oleh karena itu silakan kembali ke tempat. Untuk waktu selanjutnya saya akan menyerahkan waktu dan tempat sepenuhnya kepada moderator.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, distinguished educators and students, participants of the debating competition today. Good morning once again and welcome to the second day of elimination round for the debating competition for senior high school level at Ngada District in commemoration of Education National Day in year 2022. So this morning we will have the second round of elimination sessions, yeah? And this afternoon we will start with the semifinals, right? Okay, so So this morning you have selected your debating opposition. So I will call out SMA Negeri representative from SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa and SMA Citra Bakti Mataloko, ya. Please send one of your representatives to the front, please. We will choose your motion. So, jadi ini hanya tinggal 3 mosi, ya. Jadi kamu berdua bisa menentukan di antara kamu dua siapa yang nanti akan memilih mosinya. Orang yang memilih mosi itu nanti juga di dalam kertas itu akan dituliskan oposisi atau government. Yang memilih itu nanti akan menentukan dia pada posisi mana. Dan tentu saja secara otomatis yang di sebelahnya yang posisi lawannya, ya. Silakan siapa yang memilih. Could you please read the motion to everybody?
This house believes that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. government.
Dari SMA 2 Bajawa. Okay. So once again, the motion is, this house believes that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. So SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa will be on the government side. So that means SMA Citra Bakti Bajawa will be on the opposition side. So we will give you, I will ask permission from the accompanying the committee and also the accompanying teachers. If you agree, because you have agreed to have 30 minutes for preparation, but if it is okay with everybody, including the students, we can cut it into 20 minutes so that we can save time. Is it okay? Yeah? Setuju? Boleh? Anak-anak tidak apa-apa 20 menit ya? Oke, baik. Thank you. So 20 minutes from now to prepare your arguments. Yeah? Thank you. Okay, 20 minutes has passed. We would like to invite SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa to stand on the government bench or table, and also from SMA Citra Bakti Mataloko to take the opposition bench or table. Okay. So before we start, I would like to remind everybody that we will be using Asian parliamentary debate style or system. So the government side will propose and defend the motion, and the opposition side will refute and negate the motion. And joining us today, there are 3 judges to make the scoring for your performance today. I will introduce you to the judges first. There are, on this side, Mr. Alphonse Kolo, candidate for English supervisor for all senior high school and vocational schools in Ngada district, and Mr. Moses Jalawatu, member of the House of Representatives in Ngada district. Also, he took a master's degree at Flinders University, Master of Education at Flinders University in South Australia, and Mr. Edelwitu, English Department lecturer at Symbiosis Education Science College in Ende. Also, he took his master's degree at Flinders University in South Australia. And I would also like to give the opportunity for both teams to introduce yourself. Could you please, government team, to introduce you and your fellow teammates.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicator, timekeeper, all the participants, especially the opposition team. Before we starting our debate, we will introduce ourselves. My full name is Maria Claire Tajami, as the first speaker.
My full name is Elizabeth Maria Makarunga, as the second speaker.
I am Mariana Ilmunata Sena, as the third speaker.
Okay, thank you, government team. Now the opposition team. Could you please introduce you and your teammates?
Thank you for the time that given to me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce our team. My name is Simona Omewoli, as fourth speaker on the left side of me.
My name is Alfonsia Liu, as second speaker on the left side of me.
My name is Beatrix Wunu, as third speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, everybody. So we will start with the debate right now. And the first opportunity we will be given to the Prime Minister of the government side to deliver your motion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Time starts as you speak. Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This House believes that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. I will explain to you about nationalism. Nationalism is the attitude of spirit that every citizen must have in loving his homeland. Etymologically, the word nationalism comes from the word nationalism and nation in English. In semantic studies, the word nation comes from the Latin word natio, which is root in the word nacer, which means I was born, or from the natusum, which means I was born. Ladies and gentlemen, learning at school boosts nationalism among students. In this era of globalization, more and more young people are fluent in foreign culture. In fact, they often use foreign language such as English rather than Indonesia or regional language. With this phenomenon, sociologist Imam B. Prasojo consider that the use of foreign language in today's era is unavoidable because language appears because of their respective context. It's like in everyday life. The computer has a mouse. If it's translated into Indonesia, it's a rat. That's her strange. So I don't want to use foreign terms, he said recently. Imam said that national identity is not just a product on the skin. For example, wearing jeans that are westernized is not necessarily considered a nation. In fact, it could be that people who wear jeans are more national than people who wear kebaya that are native to Indonesia. No, it's the same thing language. Don't just talk about symbolic issue, he said. He further explained that nationalism is a commitment of fellow nations who suffer. Currently, according to him, Indonesia are actually more on the side of people who are already lucky. Language, said Imam, emergent because of the development of findings. So, if you want to use term Indonesia, then what is needed is the discovery, the development of science. On the other hand, without discovery, Indonesia will infinitely continue to follow the use.
Interruption, please.
No, thank you. Let me finish it. Like the discovery of authentic
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the time that given to me. Which your data which your data that you agree with the motion learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the example, learning at school will boost our nationalism.
Sorry, my question not for example, but which the data that you agree with the motion about learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. Thank you.
Okay, I have a data. I will take some data from my experience. I always speak English with my English teacher at school, in media, and when we meet at the school. Thank you.
Sorry. Maybe you give time for her to explain first, and time for POI. That will be, you can take note for you to put in your argument later on. Let her continue with her arguments. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, let me continue. So, ladies and gentlemen, learning English at school will boost our nationalism because it doesn't mean that we will lose our nationalism. The student who speak English in everyday life, in the purpose to practice their English skill. So, this house believes that learning English at school will boost our nationalism because when we learn another culture or another language can help us to love our cultures. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, time stops at 4 minutes and 40 seconds for the first speaker. I would like to remind everyone okay, so we have a timekeeper here, and you can also check on the time to check how much time is left for you, because I should remind you before, sorry for that. So time given for each speaker is 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah? The first minute and the last minute is free from POI, right? But the timekeeper will remind you, will give a sound to let you know that, okay, now it's time for you to do the POI, right? And then the last minute, the timekeeper will also remind you that there's no POI anymore. And for POI, please give space for the team who are speaking to finish their argumentation or sentences or statements, yeah. And we give time for between POI 15 seconds, yeah. From one POI to the next POI, give 15 seconds. So it doesn't have to be like, all the time. Or, I don't know what the terms in English is, but what we call debat kusir is different, yeah? Different from, this is intelligent debate, yeah? So, and also, Just as a friendly reminder for everybody, yeah? If the other person give the answer that you disagree with, you don't have to disagree. You can take note for you to explain when it's your turn to speak. It's okay, yeah? Because this is a learning process for us, so I just want to remind you that. And yeah, because she doesn't have to answer the question based on what you want her to answer. Yeah? This is not your fault. Again, this is not a mistake. Just a friendly reminder for everybody. Okay? Now we will continue with the next one. The next is for the opposition team. We will give time to the leader of the opposition to present your arguments. Please.
Thank you for the time that given to me. Good morning, judges. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From the motion, we have 6 keywords to explain. They are learning, English, school, nationalism, boost, and the students. First, learning. Learning is the activity of obtaining knowledge. The second, English. English is the language is spoken in the UK, the US, and in many other countries. The third, school. School is a place where children go to be educated, or a place that teaching and learning activities which happen, or a place where people can study a particular subject. Next, boost. Boost is to improve or increase something. Next, nationalism. Nationalism is a great of or to great love of your own country. And the last one is students. Students is someone who is learning at a school. Ladies and gentlemen, learning is an international language and is used worldwide. Hence, it must be mastered by anyone who would like to interact and success internationally. Indonesian people have been for a long time dealing with foreign languages such as Arabic, German, Japanese, and etc. But the nationalism of Indonesian people in general remains high. English language in Indonesia in general taught as a foreign language or VL. The terms foreign language in the field of language teaching is different from that of second language. Foreign language is a language that is not used as a means of communication in certain countries where the language is taught. While a second language is a language that is not the primary language, but it becomes one of the languages commonly used in the country. No thanks. We don't agree with the motion that said that learning at school boosts nationalism among the students. Learning at school is not boost nationalism among the students. Sometimes the students forced to learn English. Learning English makes students communicate with each other, mixing English and Indonesian. They communicate like follow the times. Using English too often in daily life will make it more difficult for someone. They will experience
POI, please.
No thanks. Confusion indirectly about the rules of a language. The position of Indonesia as a united...
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, you say that learning English at school is not boost our nationalism. So, if you say that, we are disagree about this because learning English if we learning English at school and we speak English with our teacher, with our friends, is just to practice our English skill. So we are disagree if you say learning English at school is not boost our nationalism. Thank you.
Okay. to English at school. Okay, it is to English lesson. So at the English lesson, the students can to English in the lesson. Thank you. I will my speech. Continue my speech. Sometimes the students force to learn English. Learning English makes the students communicate with each other, mixing and Indonesian. They will experience confusion indirectly about the rules of language. The position of Indonesian as a unified language has currently gone through various conditions. Moreover, the students now expect English that come from outside, and this made a current done by them. If other students do not use this new language, then they are considered the people who are not updated with the outside world. The students are very easily influenced by the entry of foreign culture. They will always follow development regardless of the impact that will occur in the future. Sometimes students will mock each other in. There are students who can't keep up with the turn, like using English. So, learning English at school does not boost nationalism among students. In our daily life, we can be separated from the influence of the outside world, especially the Western world, both in the term of lifestyle, style, to the use of the language. Therefore, it is not uncommon to find the phenomenon that someone tends to use foreign language such as English vocabularies inside of Indonesian. Ladies and gentlemen, foreign language such as English can eliminate the nation's identity as the language of the state and also the language of the Unitary Republic of Indonesia as an unifying tool of the nation, which will slowly be forgotten by the Indonesian people. The increase in prestige as well as the desire to look cool combined with the increasing popularity. Thank you.
Thank you. Time stops at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. The next chance is given to the Deputy of Prime Minister to deliver your arguments.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicator, timekeeper, other participants, especially opposition team. Thanks for the time giving to me. This House believes learn English at school boosts nationalism among students. I will explain to you about it. Although in Indonesian English a foreign language, it occupies an important position in the daily life or society. This is clear seen the world of education in Indonesia. English is one of the subjects that the student from elementary college level. The Indonesian government introduced English as easily possible for students in elementary school or madrasah ibtidaya. Through the 1994 Basic Education Curriculum. Since the implementation of the curriculum, English subjects are local content listened to starting in grade 4 elementary school or madrasah ibtidaya. Although the 2030 curriculum, which has been implemented in elementary school or madrasah ibtidaya in Indonesian, includes English lesson, it does not mean English lesson are prohibited from being taught in school. So are still allowed to provide English lesson through extracurricular programs. Various English learning techniques can certainly attract student interest in learning. This is challenge for English teacher in the elementary school or madrasah ibtidaya. It needs continue in faith from teacher so that student can be actively involved in the learning process. The practice of using English purple and correctly in Indonesian is still very low, which is below impression. In the fact, English bring Indonesian name to be known in the international world because the punctuation of the country can be communicate using the international language. Quoting the comments, research result in the book Language, Power and Pedagogy, Bilingual Children in the Crossfire, English First, Indonesian Manager. Arleta Darussalam say that children who develop to language skill during school will again deep understanding of language, how to use it effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of the research proven the bilingual ability has positive impact on the development of education of children. It is realized that importance of using good and content English from early age if tend to avail to make Indonesian young generation qualified, competent, and become reliable leaders and
please.
No, thank you. And able to compete in international arenas, and aids this competition expect to be a golden opening for children for all over region to interaction. No, thank you. By respecting each other from different regions and culture background, and attitude of nationalism we impede in their heads. This understandable because nationalism is an understanding the create and maintain the suffragette of country.
Please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. How the skills can negative impact to negative impact to adults
Once again, please.
How the skills give a negative impact to adults or senior high school and junior high school. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks for very good. We are talking about the learning English books or nationalism, not the negative impact or different. On dude, thank you. Okay, let me continue.
Sorry, once again.
We are talking about the learning English books or nationalism, not negative impact or dude. Thank you.
Sorry, my question is how that skill. Before you said that skill is the elementary school. Now my question: how that skill can give the negative impact when we at junior high school and junior high and senior high school, and when we adults. Thank you.
It's very easy.
Okay, because the time is keep going, you can keep that note for the next speaker to answer. And please continue with your arguments.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the result of the reads provide that bilingual ability has positive impact on the development of education for children. It is realized that implementation of using good and correct English from early age expand to able to make Indonesian young generation qualified, compete, and become reliable leaders and able to compete international arena. In addition, the competition expect to be golden opportunity for children for all over ages to interact by respecting age older from different regional and cultural backgrounds and attitude and nationally be in the heart. This is understandable because nationalism is understanding that create and maintains sovereignty of country and realize shared identity concept of a group of people. So even though they are different, but coming from one country, the Sovereign Republic of Indonesia and learning English, the more provide. Thank you.
Exactly at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The next chance is given to the opposition team. Deputy Leader of Opposition, please take your time.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me. I, as second speaker of opposition team, will deliver my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, learning English at school is not both the nationalism among the students. When the English, sometimes the teacher will speak English more when English listen. Sometimes the student do not understand, but every day the situation seems like that. This make the student learn more about the English. They will use English more Bahasa Indonesian. Not infrequently, they also mix the use of English grammar with Indonesian currency. Of course, this can damage the rules of Indonesian language. Using English too often in daily life will make it more difficult for someone. They will experience conversation indirectly about the rules of language. The position of Indonesian as an unfried language has certainly gone through various considerations. Moreover, the student now expect many new languages such English that come from outside, and this made a current trend by them. If other students do not use the new language, then they are considered to people who are not updated with outside world. The students are very easily influenced by the entry of foreign cultures. No thanks. They will always follow development regardless of the impact that will occur in the future. The students no thanks. The students has their own background and also their own local language. When they yes, please.
Okay, your friends say that if we not use the English language, we are not updated. So learning English at school is not obligation and will boost our nationalism.
Okay, thank you. It is to English lesson. So at the English lesson, the student can do English in depth. Thank you. Okay, I will continue my speech. When learn English at school, among the student and teacher learn English together. Here, they will use English in the class. This will show that every student will use English when they communicate each other. Here, they are not use Bahasa Indonesian.
POI, please.
No thanks. If this going every day, the student will not Bahasa Indonesia, or sometimes they will communicate.
POI, please.
No thanks. Each other use Bahasa Indonesia and also mix with English. Did so that
POI,
learning.
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, you say that most of students understand is not understand when learning English. So our team agree if we are learning English at school, and the result is will boost our nationalism. Even we study Indonesian as our mother tongue. Thank you.
Once again.
Okay, you say that the most of students not understand learning English. So our team agree if we are learning English at school, and the result is to boost our nationalism. Even we learning Indonesian as our mother tongue. Thank you.
When they not understand about English, they can question to the teacher. Thank you. I will continue my speech. Did so that learning at school does not boost nationalism among the students. Learning English at school make the student prefer to use English compared to Indonesian. As we know, when learning at school, students are required to be able to speak English. Sometimes there are students who find it difficult to absorb English learning, well, but must require to keep learning. When learning at school, sometimes students feel absurd when can they learn English. Not even correctly, students look for group friends who are considered capable of being their group. Here, students who find it difficult to learn English will start to feel inferior. This shows that learning English at school does not nationalism among students. Learning English also sometimes makes students in groups or in pairs. Here, students who are considered Thank you.
Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The next opportunity is for the government whip. Please prepare your argument and deliver your speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicator, timekeeper, all the participants, especially the opposition team. This house believes learning English at school boosts national among students. Nationalism, in general, is a dedication by the nation toward the country, which is shown through individual attitude and behavior or society. Value of nationalism is the soul of Indonesian nation that will continue to be as all as the nation Indonesia is still standing. Nationalism as one of the understanding for the younger generation of the participants of the ever of Indonesian theater is size independent. The service of the heroes must remember, however, just remember is not enough. The heroes of nation who have failed will certainly prove it fair cycle is continued by the current generation because their cycle is not over. The politic meaning of nationalism is manifestation of national conscience that contain ideals and encouragement for a nation later assess independent or get rid of colonialism, as well as a driving force to build themselves and the environment, society, nation, and state. Bayrism is for order.
POI, please.
No, thank you. Different region and culture, background, and attitude of nationalism will
POI,
remember.
please.
No, thanks. This call because nationalism in one.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, please give me. For example of your statement. Oh, sudah.
Once again.
Okay, please give me. For example of your statement. Sorry, statement.
Okay. I have example. And I am teacher, always speaker English. Within we meet at school and in the media. I speak English with my teacher is the prototype my English skill. Thank you. Okay, let me continue. The soul.
Sorry. In the motion about
no, thank
learning
you.
English at school, both nationalism among
No, thank
students.
you. Wait, let me finish. The cool because nationalism is one that create and maintain a culture in releasing a common identity compare for a group of people. Education in Indonesia applies character-based education to approach high common values. The Ministry of Education and Culture describe 5 culture values that shall be interlaced in education, namely religious values, nationalist values, intrigue, independent, and mutual cooperation. To get an education, family, institution cooperate with education institution in the sense of playing their children in school, so the children gain knowledge and character. The idea school is a school that applies human values, so that every educated can take part in achieving the national goals of our nation as contained in the 4th paragraph of the continuous. Benefits of learning English in the era of globalization. One. No, thank you. One, increase on language. No, thank you. According its understand, knowledge in information technology. Yes, yes, please.
Okay. What the impact of English learning at school to religious? Thank you.
Okay, POI is over. Let me continue. One, increase knowledge. According its understand, knowledge in information that released by someone. 2. Make it easier to communicate with other people. We live on Earth that invites inhabited by various kind of people and of cultures from various countries. As human nature, as social beings, of course, we have to communicate with other human beings. Thank you.
Time stops at 7 minutes and 4 seconds. So the next chance is given to the opposition team. Please, opposition whip, prepare your speech.
Okay, thanks for the time that given to me. I will deliver my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, in our daily life, we cannot be spared from the influence of the outside world, especially the Western world, both in terms of lifestyle, style, to the use of the language. Therefore, it is not uncommon to find a phenomenon that someone tends to use foreign language vocabularies instead of Indonesian. This is based on a quote from the youth pledge, which states that all of you, as Indonesian, have recognized speaking one Indonesian language. Some people think that this English and others, especially with the many artists from abroad who take advantage in our country, this actually makes the Indonesian language not look challenging anymore to be used. For example, Cinta Laura trend, many students imitate the insertion of English-style jokes like the artists when they communicate among them. Ladies and gentlemen, now the meaning of the phrase "speak one language" Indonesian doesn't seem to be that important anymore. People don't seem to respect their own language. This is a sign of the nation's dislying attitude of nationalism. In this era of internet-driven globalization, many young people are fluent in foreign language. In fact, it is not uncommon for students to communicate each other, use English other than the language of their own country. The emergence of a foreign language that is considered more qualified makes the Indonesian language sink into the era.
POI, please.
No thanks. And the neighbor, English is also very much needed, but it does
POI,
not,
please.
no thanks, necessarily mean that Indonesian is longer, cool, and is reduces for
POI,
reason
please.
to be more slack. Yes, please.
Okay. You say that many students more often use English than Indonesian, the take as an example of lost nationalism. I'm sorry, but when they use English more Indonesian does not mean they lost their nationalism, but they want to participate English in their daily life. Thank you.
Once again.
Okay, you say that marry student more often, you English the Indonesian, and take as an example of less nationalism. But when they use English more Indonesian, does not mean they will lose their nationalism, but they was to practice it, participate English in their daily.
Okay, sorry, I am not speak that. Thank you. I will continue my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, and the neighbor, English is also very much needed, but this does not necessarily mean that Indonesian is longer cool and is reduces for reason to be more slack. Ladies and gentlemen, foreign language can eliminate the nation's identity as the language of the state and also the language of the Unitary Republic of Indonesia as a unifying tool of the nation, which will slowly be forgotten by the Indonesian people. The increase in prestige as well as the desire to look cool combined with the increased popularity of English as an international language also often makes today's teenagers tend to prefer to speak English. This show,
please.
No thanks. This show that learning English at school does not boost nationalism among the students. Thank you.
Okay, so time stops at 6 minutes and 9 seconds. Before the POI, ya. Udah selesai. For the next one, could you please include that in your, take notes, yeah? Take notes for the things or the questions that your questions have not been answered by your opponent. So in your reply speech, you can deliver that. Yeah, you can use it as part of your arguments. That's fine. Yeah. So the next one, we will give the opportunity for choose your reply speaker. Yeah. And yeah, the first opportunity for the opposition team. Go ahead.
Thank you for the time that given to me. I will conclude of our statement. Learning English at school is not boost nationalism among the students. Sometimes the students forced to learn English. Learning English makes the students communicate with each other mixing English and Indonesian. They communicate like follow the times. Using English too often in daily life will make it more difficult for someone. They will experience confusion indirectly about the rules of language. The position of Indonesian as a unified, unfied language has currently gone through various considerations. Moreover, the students now expect English that come from outside and this made a current by them. If other students do not use this new language, then they are considered the people who are not updated with the outside world. Ladies and gentlemen, the students are very easily influenced by the entry of foreign cultures. They will always follow development regardless of the impact that will occur in the future. Sometimes students will mock each other if there are students who can't keep up with the trend, like using English. When in the class, sometimes the teacher will speak more when English lesson. Sometimes the students do not understand. But every day the situation same like that. This makes the students learn more about the English. They will use English more Bahasa Indonesia. Not infrequently, they also mix the use of English grammar with Indonesia culturally. Of course, this can make the rules of Indonesia language. Ladies and gentlemen, using English too often in daily life will make it more difficult for someone. They will experience confusion indirectly about the rules of language. The position of Indonesia as an undefined language has certainly gone through various considerations. Therefore, it is not uncommon to find a phenomenon that someone tends to use foreign language vocabularies instead of Indonesian. This is based on a quote from the Yat Pledge, which states that all for us, as Indonesians, have recognized speaking one Indonesian language. Ladies and gentlemen, at school the students has their own background and also their own local language. When they are at school, there is a subject that they have to learn. It is English. When learning English at school, among the students and the teachers learn English together. Here, they will use English in the class. This will show that every student will use English when they communicate each other. Here, they are not use Bahasa Indonesia. If this going every day, the students will not use Bahasa Indonesia, or sometimes they will communicate each other use Bahasa Indonesia and also mix with English. So that learning English. Thank you.
Time stops at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The last chance is given to the government reply speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This house believes that learning English at school boosts our nationalism. Nationalism is the attitude or spirit that every citizen must have in loving on his homeland. Etymologically, the word nationalism comes from the word nationalism and nation in English. Learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. In this era of globalization, more and more young people are fluent in foreign language. In fact, they often use foreign language, such as English, rather than Indonesian or regional language. Language is needed to be able to interact and communicate with other people. Language can be interpreted as a tool to convey something that comes to mind. In the era of development in which technological development are increasing, English actually very necessary because it has become a necessity for the next generation of the nation. However, it is very unfortunate because in the 2030 curriculum there are no longer English lessons for elementary school children, because the main focus in the 2013 curriculum is Indonesian and regional language as mother tongues to increase the spirit of nationalism student. This policy actually reaps a lot of pros and cons in all article. Jokowi considers that that at the elementary school level, Indonesian language lesson and local contents should be strengthened only on Wednesday, December 11, 2013. Deputy Minister of Education and Culture Musliar Kasim said this subject was abolished for elementary students because it was to give students time to strengthen their Indonesian language before learning a foreign language. However, there are many who do not agree with this because according to many people, English lesson will not interfere with nationalism. Instead, it will help students to keep up with the times where the development of the times make English very necessary and cannot be separate. Ladies and gentlemen, learning English at school will boost our nationalism. Learning something does not mean we want to love that thing. Learning means we want to know and master a thing. So English does not mean we will leave our culture and language. When we use English more than Indonesia does not mean they have lost the nationalism, but they want to practice English in their everyday life, and also depend on whom they talking to. We believe that if we know well who we are talking to, we will choose the right language to use. Let's make an analogy. Learning English just like learning another language such as Arabic, Dutch, Latin. Is that also mean we lose nationalism? I don't think so. We learn another language in order to know more about another culture in the world. And after knowing another language, we will thank God that our culture is better than any culture, and that will boost our nationalism. This house believes that learning English at school will boost our nationalism. That's all. Thank you.
So time stops at 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Thank you very much for both teams. Incredible debates today. So I just want to stress out some points given by the both teams. Government proposes that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students, and that the curriculum of 2013 hinders or stops students from younger age, which is actually the golden age, or younger age is better for learning other languages, and that the government also argues that students or children growth in bilingual language is better to improve their English, and that getting mastering English can also boost nationalism because they can also interact with people from other countries and to introduce our culture and strengthen sovereignty. And then the opposition team argues that learning English can promote other styles, other lifestyles, foreign lifestyles to the young generation, and they are prouder to be able to speak English and copying foreign styles rather than Indonesian styles and language. And yeah, so that is the worries or the considerations by the opposition team. Thank you very much for both teams for delivering your speech and arguments. You are incredible, and let us give a round of applause for both teams. Yeah? Okay. We would like to invite both teams to return to the seats. Thank you. Luar biasa, mantap ya. Tepuk tangan, tolong. Okay, now it's time for the judges to do the scoring. Whilst in the meantime, mantap, mantap ya, keren ya, mantap ya, semangat ya, semangat, semangat, luar biasa, semangat. So in the meantime, we would like to ask representative from SMA Negeri Inerie, SMA Negeri 1 Inerie, SMA Negeri 1 Inerie and SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Riung to come forward and to pick your motion. So you don't have much option left, only 2 options left. You can choose between, decide between the 2 of you which one to choose, and that person will be anything that's written there. Yeah? If it's government, then you will be the government. Jadi, can you read the motion for everybody, please?
Vaccination card certification is needed for flight. Opposition.
Okay. This House would, that's the motion, yeah? Vaccination card or certification is needed for flight. So SMA Negeri 1 Inerie will be the opposition team, and that means SMA Res 1 Restorasi Riung, SMA 1 kan? SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Riung will be the government side. So we'll give 20 minutes for you to prepare your arguments. Yeah? Thank you. Okay, time is up. Now we would like to invite SMA Negeri Inerie. SMA Negeri Inerie. Please take the opposition bench, and SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Riung to take the government bench. Please. Pemerintah di sebelah sana, oposisi di sini. Okay, thank you. So once again, we would like to welcome you to the English debate competition for senior high school level in commemoration of Education National Day 2022. Because you were here before, I don't have to introduce the judges again, yeah? But I would like to give the chance for both teams to introduce yourself and your teammates to the audience. Please.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the chance is given. The honorable, the judges, the timekeeper, the moderator, and all my beloved audience. Thank you for the time and opportunity given to our team, namely the government team. As the first speaker, thank you, that's all, thank you. And my friends,
I am Yohanes Pane. I am second speaker.
sorry, let me introduce myself. My name is Maria Justina Pang. You can call me Justin. I am first the speaker.
I am Yohanes Pane. I am second speaker.
And I am Maria Argina Nuna. I am as the government whip.
Thank you. Government team, now we would like to give the chance for the opposition team to introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My full name is Maria Veneranda Souza, first speaker, and friend of my left.
My name is Ferdinand Raga. You can call me Fendi. I am the second speaker.
My name is Yuliana Pretisla Ratunona as third speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for both teams for the introduction. So just a reminder, the motion is this house would vaccination card or certification is needed for flight. From the government side, from SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Riung, we would like to give you the first time. So Prime Minister, please deliver your motion.
Thank you for the time and opportunity given to our team, namely the government team. As the first speaker, I will open our arguments to support our motion about vaccination card or certification is needed for flights. We strongly agree that a vaccination card or certificate is needed for flights. A number of regulations regarding the use of COVID-19 vaccine certificates as a condition for citizens' mobility have come into effect. One of them is a flight condition. People who have been vaccinated against COVID-19 will get a certificate our receiving, but the first and second doses. This certificate was not originally printed, but now It can access easily through the Peduli Protect application and website page or pedulilindungi.co.id. Digital certificates are anticipated to minimize counterfeiting. The public can also download certificates and applications already available on the Play Store or App Store. The province of the COVID-19 vaccine is now a major program that the government is paying attention to. The community is expert to work together for the smooth running of the vaccination program. Please note that giving this vaccine is not only for the benefit of the government but also for each individual. The benefits of the COVID vaccination will be felt by the body of the individual who receives the vaccine. When you want to travel by plane, a vaccine card is a requirement that must be met, especially during an emergency PPKM period. As we all know, when we fly, we are certain not alone. We gathered with many people on the plane. The vaccine card is a sign that the community has received the vaccination. By showing the vaccine card, it means that we have received the vaccination. It currently makes us feel more comfortable and calm. At last, we have some protected ourselves and others. The spread of COVID-19 is now not a problem that can be underestimated by every level of society. There have been so many casualties. Various offenses have been carried out by all fronts in handling the COVID-19 virus. But in reality, using masks and washing hands are still not the right solution in handling this virus.
Interruption.
No, thanks, I'm speaking. However, when scientists have succeeded in finding a vaccine, so far the vaccine is one of the, no thanks, I'm speaking, of the most effective solutions to deal with and suppress the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, a vaccine card, yes please.
Okay, you say that vaccine card is this situation is good. So, why people who have been vaccinated still got COVID-19?
Okay. People who have been vaccinated against COVID-19 will get a certificate of receiving both the first and second doses. This certificate was not originally printed, but now it can be accessed easily through the Peduli Protect application and website page.
Sorry,
or
this is
yes.
not my question, because my question, why people who have been vaccinated still get COVID-19?
Perlu diketahui. Okay, I get your point. Please note that giving this vaccine is not only for the benefit of the government but also for each individual. The benefits of the COVID vaccination will be felt by the body of the individual who receives the vaccine. Thank you. Okay, let me continue. Therefore, a vaccine card is actually needed for flights. It's actually not that difficult to carry a vaccine card on a flight, especially now that the vaccine card can be accessed on the Care Protect application that is connected to EH for both domestic and international travel. This is currently very helpful in the process of suppressing the spread of COVID-19. Perhaps there was a vaccine card that was connected to the EH when we arrived at the airport. We have to crowd to fill in the H. Thank you.
Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The next chance is given to the leader of the opposition to deliver your arguments.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Based on today's motion, we from the opposition team strongly disagree that vaccine cards serve ocean flight coercions. Ladies and gentlemen, risk entities at Voice Sociality, Mrs. Matfi admit that the vaccination card or vaccination certificate as a sign that they could carry on their activities while still controversial in the international community. In my view, that vaccination card was only used for health purpose such as the affordability of vaccines or assessing immunity. Therefore, the function of the vaccine card must look at the situation and condition, he said. The principle of vaccination, in my opinion, is that vaccination must be accessible but cannot be Therefore, the function of the vaccinate card must look at the situation and conditions, he said. The principle of vaccination, in my opinion, that vaccination must be accessible.
Please.
No thanks. But cannot be majority.
Please.
Yes, please.
Why vaccination card is not required for flights? Please explain it. Why vaccination card is not required for flight? Please explain it.
Okay. For your question, the vaccination card, because the vaccination card was only used for health purpose, such as the affordability of vaccines or assessing immunity. Thank you.
That's all.
Let me continue. Man tadi? Is that vaccination must be accessible but cannot be mandatory. Actually, encourage the government to better prepare, educate, health vaccinate when people need it. Then government simply uses an antigen swab or PCR tests are needed. What is important now in access to information or related to health facilities, access to vaccines, access to swab or PCR test. So people can choose and make available if they need health facilities or need vaccines, said Mifat. Continue his support that as the government not to rush in legalizing the obligation of citizens to underage vaccination if they want to travel. He reminded that the principle of the policy, especially an administrative one, should not be able if it has the potential to violate fundamental rights and human dignity. The government should give options not just really on vaccination pairs. If the application of the vaccination post in apply to all cases and there is the potential of human rights violence, MIFA told. Thank you.
Okay, time stops at 4 minutes and 29 seconds. The next chance is given for the Deputy Prime Minister from the government side to deliver your argument.
Okay, thank you. For the time to be, the content. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the contents and the jury that we respect. Thank you for the time given to us. From the affirmation, the team to continue our argument. As the second speaker will continue the arguments that has been presented by my colleagues before, and again impression that we from the affirmation team are very support and agree our motion today. The government team is currently very serious in tackling the COVID-19 pandemic, starting from implementation health protocols to making efforts to import the COVID-19 vaccine, which is used for all Indonesian people in order to preserve the herd immunity figure, which is 17%. Seeing the number, for example, case the issue increasing, they support the pledging of the implementation of the community activities repression, but in the facts, these efforts is not enough to support the spread of COVID-19. Finally, the government has set a target to be able to carry out vaccination for all Indonesian people to know 2 million doses in a day. However, in the implementation process, there are still many people. When we have been vaccinated, we will implement it, get a vaccine card or certification we can later download on the card to portals application. This vaccine card is in fact indispensable during the COVID-19 pandemic. Why do we say vaccine cards are indispensable for flights? This is because when flying, we will of course meet a lot of people. The preserve of vaccine certification is if vacant, that will make us feel more comfortable and calm because we already have a strong immunity divisions statement. When the COVID-19 pandemic emerged at the end of the 2019, until the end of 2020, flights in Indonesia experiencing drastic decline. General corruption of the Indonesia national
instruction.
No thanks, I'm speaking.
Interruption.
No thanks, I'm speaking. Christian section, the non-provision said the number of airplane passengers here.
Interruption.
Yes, please.
Thanks for the time. Give us your date about give us your data about vaccination card or certification is needed to fly. Thank you.
Okay, I get your point. For comparison, if you look at last year, 2019, the number of domestic or international passengers was earned 19.1 million. He said at a virtual press conference for the signing of the memorandum of understanding between PHRI and Asia, which witnessed day, according to data submitted by the note, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused Indonesia to lose our this caused the Indonesian activity industry the currently online have around 30 million passengers who are still traveling by plane. Thank you.
Thank you. For you as answer, please continue your opinion.
Okay, it is now the domestic travelers than will have a second dose of vaccination or a third dose of vaccination. That's all.
Okay, time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now the next chance is for the deputy of the leader of opposition.
Okay, thanks for the time for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the government simply use a antigen swab or PCR test are needed. What is important now is access to information or related to health faculties, access to vaccine, access to swab or PCR tests. So people can cast and make available if they need health facilities or need vaccine. Said Miftah, continue, he support that. The government not to rise in legalizing to obligation of citizens to undergo vaccines if they want to travel. I reminded that the principle of a policy, especially administrative one, should not be able if they has the potential to avoid fundamental right and human dignity. The government should give options, not just really on vaccine basis. If the application for the vaccine pass is the applicant to all the cases, then there is the patience for human rights violations Mifta told. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other hand, government has not been 100% in the holding COVID in the midst and urgent situation. A lot in the area has brought improvements in the handling COVID-19. The government has not paid attention to the emergency condition of health service while still allowing residents to be able to move because the restrictions are not optimal. So, it is still possible for people take flight. Many people not respond the serious situation as the health facilities. The government reason for allowing residents to travel even to vaccination. Ladies and gentlemen, vaccination once did not provide effectiveness in preventing transmission of COVID to be 50%. This does not include which vaccine front is used because each vaccine has activity in the warn of COVID, especially Delta front. Therefore, the government is still not serious and still brings danger just because we really need to continue our daily activity without restriction. Therefore, vaccine card is not the solution for passenger recon from the COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen.
PI, please.
Yes, please.
Can you give reason why a vaccination card is not a solution for flights? Are you understand my question?
Yes, I understand. The reason for the vaccination card or certification is not for life. The central government has officially implemented emergent. Research Institute advised to society. Mr. Mifta admit that vaccine card or vaccine certificates is site that call carry on their activity we still controversial in the international community. Thanks. I will continue my opinion. The vaccination card was only used for health purposes such as the affordability of vaccine or a recent immunity. Therefore, the vaccine of the vaccine card must look at the situation and condition, he said. The principle of vaccination, in my opinion, is the vaccine must be accessibility but cannot be mandatory. Actuality encourages the government to be better prepared about health facilities when people needed it. Thank you.
Time stops at 5 minutes and 19 seconds. So now it's the time for the government whip to rebut the arguments given by the opposition.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time given to our team. As the third speaker from the government team, I will again strengthen the argument from our team. Again, a emphasis we still approve the motion did. We will also stand by our staying the urgently needed for efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, vaccine cards are now must when we travel on flight. This is because the vaccine card of certificate is physical evidence that person have been vaccinated. Apart from various public opinions, it is undeniable that vaccines are surely major interest for people who fly. When you want to travel by plane, a vaccine card is a requirement that must be met. Explicitly during an emergency, PPKM period. As well now, when we fly, we are currently not all. By slowing the vaccine curve, it means that we have the vaccination. It clearly makes us feel more confident and calm. At last, we have protected ourselves and others. Is undeniable in faith. When cities have sex in fighting a vaccines. No thanks. So far, vaccines are one of the most effective solutions to deal with and support the spirit of COVID-19. No thanks. The proof is that vaccines offer in Indonesia since 2021. There has been a decline in case COVID is very sick in Indonesia.
BOI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. What about people who have congenital diseases that are forbidden to vax? Give us your opinion. What about people who have congenital diseases that are forbidden to vax? Give us your opinion.
Is unremarkable in face when since have success in finding a vaccine. So far, vaccines are one of the most effective solutions today within support the spirit of COVID-19. The proof is that when vaccine appear in Indonesia since 2021. Now, there has been a decline in case COVID is very significant in Indonesia.
It's not my question. Please, I repeat my question. What about people who have congenital diseases that are forbidden to vax? What about people who have congenital diseases that are forbidden to vax?
Give us your opinion for team opposition.
Excuse me, do you understand the question? Otherwise, you can keep the question to be answered by the reply speaker. You can continue, because only 1 minute left. Yeah. Sorry. Lanjutkan. Nanti. Jadi jawabannya bisa di keep untuk nanti pas reply speaker nanti bisa include dalam.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Especially start by their first speaker. There are so many benefits of vaccine card or flight in Indonesia. Namely, first, as the main requirement that can't be constant when flying. Second, as physical evidence that we have revised vaccination as a booster of our immune system. Third, it makes it easier for us when traveling because the vaccine card that is continued today card to provide. Thank you.
Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now the third speaker from the opposition team, the opposition whip, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you for the time are given to me. I'm the third speaker. I want to deliver my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other hand, government has not been 100% in heading COVID in the midst of another system. I'll take the idea has break improvement in heading COVID-19. The government has not paid attention to the Evermin's edition of the health brief, SMAN still allowing residents to be able to meet because the restrictions are not optimal. So, it is still possible for people to take flight. Many people not respond to the serious question of the health facility. The government's reason for allowing residents to travel even with vaccination. Ladies and gentlemen, vaccination is the not problem efficient in preventing transmission of COVID-19 to above 15%. It does not insolvent with patient friend is used because its vaccine has effective in warding of COVID-19, especially the Delta variant. In addition, the vaccine passport is a passport given to friends who are received the full vaccine tweets. This allows me that the application of vaccine passport can only be done if all the country populations has been vaccinated against COVID-19. The government is not serious and still brings in danger in heading COVID. So I think it's not too dangerous to flick because not several vaccines use it because we really need to concentrate on daily activities with trusting the race vaccine card is not resolution for vaccinations and a requirement for from vaccination COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccination card was only used for health instrument community purpose such as the affordability of vaccination or same immunity. Therefore, the vaccinants in vaccine card must look at the system and concern has said the presence of vaccination, in my opinion, is that vaccination must be expelled but cannot be mandated. Actually, engages the government the better purple education let fish win people that need it. The government not the rush in challenging the population of decent and vaccination in they want to travel.
PI, please.
No thanks. He affirms that the question of policy, policy and amnesty one solve.
PI, please.
No thanks. Governments with opinions difference, not just the rural vaccination process.
PI, please.
Yes, please.
People who are affected by this regulation are people who have congenital disease. As explained, that people with this problem are not allowed to receive vaccine. So, can you explain about this situation or this case? So, can you explain how about the situation or this case?
Not talking about it.
Once, please you speak once again.
I'm not talking about it.
Sorry, you can will your continue your statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, so I think it's not too dangerous to first because no certificate vaccine used because we really need to continue our daily activities without restriction. Therefore, vaccine card is not the solution for passenger as a requirement from COVID-19. Thank you.
Time stops at 5 minutes and 34 seconds. Now both teams, please select your reply speakers. So
Okay,
the first chance is given for the opposition team first, for the reply speaker. Yeah.
Thank you for the time that given to me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the government not to rush in legalizing the obligation of citizens to underage vaccination if they want to travel. He reminded that the principle of police, especially an administrative one, should not be applied. It has the potential to violate fundamental rights and human dignity. The government should give options, not just really on vaccination basis. If the application of the vaccination pass is applied to all cases, then there is potential for human rights violations. So I think it's not too dangerous to fly because not certificate vaccine use, because we really need to continue our daily activities without restriction. Therefore, vaccinate card is not the solution for passenger as a requirement free from COVID-19. Thank you.
Okay, time stops at 1 minute and 13 seconds. So the last person to speak is the reply speaker from the government side.
Okay, thank you for the chance to me. From the motion about vaccination card, or certification is needed for flight, I can conclude that basically vaccination has various benefits. There always are preventing symptoms of COVID-19 protein orders and can be used as a condition for someone to travel or travel. The following are very important use of vaccines. First, prevent several symptoms of COVID-19. Vaccines are antigens or active substance or virus and bacteria that can cause an immune system reaction to flight virus. In a way, vaccination is a safe way for the body to recognize flight and build immunity against disease causing agents such as virus. Second, protect others from COVID-19. In addition to functioning to form immunity or antibodies in the body, the COVID-19 vaccination also has greater benefits, namely protection other people from being exposed to the SARS-CoV-2 virus. The purpose of the COVID-19 vaccination is to form group immunity or herd immunity. Herd immunity is a solution in a community group where mass of the population is protected or immune to certain disease. Thus, where mass of the population is protected, thus this community group has protected other people who have not received the vaccination. This condition can only be achieved with high and even vaccination coverage. At least 70% of the population must be vaccinated to enhance herd immunity. Third, conditions for traveling in Indonesia. Vaccination is not only useful for protecting yourself and others from exposure to the coronavirus. Now, vaccination is also the main requirement that people must have when traveling or travel. Based on the circular number 17 of 2021, concurring in provisions for travel of domestic people during the 2019 coronavirus disease pandemic. Issued by the COVID-19 task force, a person must have at least certificate of the first dose of vaccine to travel. Not only serves to suppress the spread of COVID-19, this requirement is also carried out to provide security for all components of Indonesia tourism, starting from tourists, tour guides, business actors, and managers of tourist attractions who often makes contact with many people. Therefore, the public is advised to immediately follow the vaccination program so that it will be easier for them to travel in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, from the reviews, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for both teams for the interesting arguments being delivered. Yes, very good. So I just want to remind the judges about the points given by the government side defending their motion. Some of their points are that the vaccination is proven to be able to boost immune system in the human body, and therefore it is necessary to be applied to protect ourselves as well as others, and the physical evidence is through vaccination, and that the government has made it easier, accessible to access through the online application eHack, so that people can use it for the flights. And while the opposition team argues that the vaccination, the requirements with the vaccination card for flights is actually can violate human rights and dignity, as well as restricting residents' movements in daily activity, and also stopping them from developing probably their economic opportunities and activities. That's all for both sides, so thank you very much for the participation, and we would like to invite you to return to your seat.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Time 4:20. 4 minutes and 20 seconds, karena tadi pas ini tek. Ada. Silahkan kembali ke tempat masing-masing. Tepuk tangan dulu untuk mereka ya. Luar biasa. Terima kasih. Mantap. Ya. Mantap. Semangat ya. Semangat. Okay, now the last chamber for the day, for the elimination round, and we would like to invite representative from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat and SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan to come forward and pick your motion. Just one person ya, satu orang saja, perwakilan dari SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat dan SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan untuk memilih mosi. Bukan memilih mosi ya, mosi itu tinggal satu ya. Mosi terakhir ini nih. Jadi kayaknya tinggal mereka.
This house believes that face-to-face learning is a must for school education.
So the motion is speak by representative from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat. So they will be on the government side, and from SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan will be on the opposition side. So once again the motion is this house would. Wait, mana tadi? Mana? This house believe that apa? Face-to-face. Ini dia. Face-to-face learning is a must for school education. We will give you 20 minutes to prepare your arguments. Okay. Okay, 20 minutes has passed. We would like to invite the debaters from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat as the government team, and also from SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan as the opposition team. Please come forward and stay at the bench as assigned for the government team. Okay, thank you. And also, once again, welcome both teams to the English competition, debating competition for high school level in Ngada district. Again, as you were here before, I don't have to introduce the judging panelists, but we would like to give you a chance for introducing your team. Government team, you can start.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Dear jurist, moderator, timekeeper, and all our audience. First of all, let me introduce our team. My name is Maria Alwinda Lawas. You can call me Winda. I am as the Prime Minister. On the right side of me, Johanna Priscilia Zampi, as the Deputy of Prime Minister. On the left side of me, Maria Chantrakoza as the Government Whip.
Thank you very much. Now the opposition team, you can introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the time that given to me. We are from SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan, and we take our position on this debating context as the opposition side. My name is Teresa. I'm as the first speaker. And today, I accompanied by two beautiful girls. The first is Johanna. She will play a role as the second speaker. And the second is Nilda. She will play a role as the third speaker. And I am also take position as the opposition replay speaker. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Now, without further ado, we will just start with the debate. I would like to give the chance for the Prime Minister to deliver your motion.
Thanks for the chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, this House believes that face-to-face learning is a must for school education. From this motion, our team very agree if face-to-face learning must be carried out in school environment. First definition, face-to-face learning. According to Indonesia Dictionary, face-to-face learning is learning that is carried out in a face-to-face situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the benefit of face-to-face learning. First, students can more understand the material present. Second, students can follow the lesson material and complete the assignment directly. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why face-to-face learning is a must for school education, because if face-to-face learning is not carried in the midst of the current pandemic situation, it will be fatal for students, where students will be very difficult to understand the lesson material. Ladies and gentlemen, according to education observed from University
Can I say something,
Brawijaya.
please?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. University Brawijaya, Aulia Lukman Aziz, the teaching profession will not be replaced by technology forever. She also said that there are a lot of value.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. If you agree with this motion, then how can you do if the students are infected by COVID-19 because offline learning? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question. Ladies and gentlemen, face-to-face learning can be done by obtain health protocol. And our team think if student and teacher obtain by health protocol, not reduce the spread of coronavirus. Let me continue my argument. She also said that there are a lot of value the student get during face-to-face teaching in learning process, such as maturation social, culture, ethical, and moral. This can only be obtained by social interaction in the educational environment. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the 2013 curriculum regulation, students have 4 competences, namely psychomotor competence, social competence, affective competence, and spiritual competence. Therefore, teacher will more easily assess the abilities of each student using the face-to-face method. Ladies and gentlemen, the important reason is direct teaching and learning process is more effective than distance learning because student can be absorb the lesson material effectively and teacher can easily identify the student competence. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister of Education and Culture Nadiem Anwar Makarim said, face-to-face teaching and learning process at school are still irreplaceable by distance learning. By limit face-to-face school, there is potential to lose generation as
Can I say something, please?
No thanks, I'm speaking. As a negative impact of online learning. The biggest challenge is that students cannot to interact with teacher and student.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. As we know that if we are close to each other, it means that we can be affected by COVID-19. What do you think about that?
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question. But you know that face-to-face learning can be done, must be carried out in the school environment with the obtained by health protocol. Thank you. Let me continue my argument. The biggest challenge is that students cannot to interact with friends and teachers. Face-to-face school are difficult to replace with distance learning, said Nadiem recently. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the benefit of face-to-face learning, first, students can more understand the material presented. Second, students can follow the lesson material and complete the assignment directly. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why face-to-face learning is must for school education because if face-to-face learning is not carried in the midst of the current pandemic situation, it will be fatal for students, where students will be very difficult to understand the lesson material. And ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the teaching profession will not be replaced by technology forever. It means that student very needs with the face-to-face learning. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the 2013 curriculum regulation, students have 4 competences, namely psychomotor competence, social competence, affective competence, and spiritual competence. Therefore, teacher will more easily assess the abilities of its students using the face-to-face method. Ladies and gentlemen, the important reason is direct teaching and learning process is more effective than distance learning because students can be absorb the lesson material effectively and teacher can early identify the student competence. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister of Education and Culture, Nadim, thank you.
Okay. So time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The next chance is given to the opposition team. Leader of opposition team, please deliver your argument.
Okay, thanks for the time that given to me. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is face-to-face interaction is not a must for school education. As we know that, face-to-face learning is an instructions method where a course content and learning material are taught in person to a group of students. This allows for a live interaction between a learner and the instructors. It is the most traditional type of learning instructions. Learners benefit from a greater levels of instructions with their fellow students as well. In face-to-face learning, students are held accountable for their progress at the class's specific meeting date and time. Face-to-face learning ensures a better understanding and regulations of lessons
Interruption,
contents.
please.
No thanks. And gives class members a chance to bond with one another. As we know that, there are 5 benefits of distance learning of students, parents, and teachers.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. Today's learning environment takes full advantage of new technology to make lessons more interactive and imaging. As a result...
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team disagree if face-to-face learning not be carried out in the school education. My question is, can you give the recommendation to replace face-to-face learning?
We take it and let me continue my argument. As a result, educators are seeing the benefit of distance learning and finding ways to include those opportunities in their curriculum. What are the purposes of distance learning? Thought or the shift of remote learning may have been during a first. Let's look at how this new learning opportunity can bring students, no thanks, educators and parents, as well as some of the life
please.
skills in teachers. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. If your team disagree with face-to-face learning not be carried out in the school education, can you give the recommendation to replace face-to-face learning?
Okay, it is noted by this team. They can continue with their argument. It's okay, but keep note on the question, yeah, to be answered later on. But they don't have to answer it right now. Okay, and please give space between POI, 15 seconds. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Let me continue. Fight and advantage of distance learning for students. 1. Won't forget homework materials. With work and resources diligence, students will always have access to everything they need, which means they want to have backpacks around cute and mass. Having everything available on online platforms will help keep the organized, and as a bonus they will be able to learn how the negative of resources on their own. The second is reduce social anxiety. According to Arizona State University, approximately 15 million Americans suffer from a social anxiety disorder or SAD. A lot of death cases start around the time a child is 13. Education is not one size fits all. There are alternatives to traditional schools, whether a child is struggling academically, physically, or mentally, they write. First, for students who experience social access, an online school may be able to absence notings. By sitting through the next video, students may be able to feel more confident in their interactions and perform notings better in their students. The third, flexible scheduling opportunities. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. You say that if face-to-face learning not be carried out in the school education, you said with the online learning to replace. But you know that based on the reality, online learning is not effectively.
I'm sorry, once again, please.
You say that face-to-face learning be replaced by online learning. But you know that based on the reality, online learning is not effectively, where student cannot understand the lesson material and student cannot follow the material directly. What do you think about that?
Okay. With the online learning can help for this situation, because now we have a coronavirus. Thank you.
But you know, based on the reality, online learning is not effective.
Sorry, your question has been answered. So you can continue with the argument.
Okay, I continue. The third, flexible scheduling opportunities. Some kids need to work to help provide for their families. However, they still need to make sure they finish school. With distance learning, being able to balance both is little easier. While education is important, every family's financial situations in different, and distance learning help to accommodate that really. The fourth, stay healthy and keep others safe. The COVID-19 pandemic taught us the importance of wearing masks and maintaining social distance as a way of protecting public health. With distance learning, children can stay home when sick without missing out on too many lessons. Not only is this more comfortable way to learn when they're under the weather, but it also shows the teachers that you value that well-being of the entire class. The 50, accessible to everyone. Through the world continue to make standards, there are unfortunately still places that aren't accessible to everyone. Thus, with recently, thank you.
Time stops exactly at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The next chance is given back to the government team. Now is the chance for the Deputy of the Prime Minister to defend your motion.
Okay, thanks for a chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, our team still agree with our motion. Face-to-face learning, a must for school education. As stated by the first speaker, said that our team strongly agree with our motion. This time, where if face-to-face learning is not carried out in school environment, of course, students will continue to find it difficult to understand the material. According to Alia Lukman Aziz, the teaching profession will not be replaced by technology in forever. In the face-to-face teaching and learning process of social, culture, ethical, and moral maturation, this can only to be obtained by social interaction in the education environment. Not only that, best construction, the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Nadiem Markaram, wants students to return to face-to-face learning. It's nowadays. According to him, face-to-face learning must be carried out immediately because the child's psychological, cognitive, and learning loss conditions are too critical. So, what can be done is to open school to face-to-face learning with strict observance of health protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, with face-to-face learning can provide benefit for student and teacher. Namely, firstly, face-to-face or KBM
Can I
is
say
still...
something, please?
No thanks, I'm speaking. Face-to-face KBM is still considered the most ideal because the communication and socialization process will be established directly so that the information...
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. We know that face-to-face learning raised by government regulation. If we still make face-to-face learning at school, it means that we violating the government regulation. What do you think about that?
Okay, I get your point. But you know that nowadays, face-to-face learning be carried out at school environment with obtain the health protocol itself. So I think it no problems. Let me continue my arguments. Face-to-face KBM is still considered the most ideal because the communication and socialization process will be established directly so that the information and material provided will also be easier to digest understand by students. 2. More familiar learning resources and media. From the last few surveys conducted by Minister of Education and Culture, most teachers, students, or parents prefer to hold face-to-face teaching and learning activities again to get easier learning resources and media directly from the teacher. Third, no need to be connected to internet. One of the advantages to face-to-face learning is that it does not require an internet connection, and at the face teacher and student can directly interact and communicate in learning activities. 4. Easy in character assessment. The most important thing about character education is related to expenditure. So, it is necessary to have good practice and direct analysis from the teacher in order to really understand the character and attitude of each student. Therefore, the learning model that must allow for optimal application of character follows is face-to-face be carried out at school environment. 5. Not easy to stress and more focused. Studying from home also describe concentration because it is vulnerable to interest from other family members. So far, the most ideal place in condition for the implementation of KBM is still in school, which are indeed devoted to learning place. Next, more control. Face-to-face learning KBM, where the teacher has access to supervise students directly so that when the KBM process is running, the student can be more easily or understand the material from teacher. 7. Easier and more effective practice. The learning model is done face-to-face. The practice process and assessment are also easier to prepare, organize, and access. Because all students can be seen directly by the teacher performance and work process. In the end, an assessment process carried out is also more measurable and effective because it is accessed from all aspects including performance, activity, creativity, as well as the work of practice of each student. So, ladies and gentlemen, our team still agree with this motion. Face-to-face learning is a must for school education. The reason why face-to-face learning is a must for school education because if face-to-face learning is not carried out at school environment, it will be bad impact for students where students can difficult to understand the material by his teacher. Not only that, the teaching profession will be not replaced by technology forever. So, ladies and gentlemen, its solution, face-to-face learning, is must for school education. Important reason to immediately hold face-to-face learning is for effective learning. It must be admitted that during this PGG, learning does not take place effectively. Teachers cannot be effective in teaching. On the other hand, students cannot actively absorb learning method by teacher. So, our team still agree with this motion. Face-to-face learning is must for school education. I think that's all. Thank you.
Perfect. It stops exactly at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. And the next chance is again given to the opposition team. Deputy of the leader of opposition, please deliver your arguments.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity given to me. I'm standing here as the second speaker from opposition side. Today, I will present some of that arguments that will support our motion. With a motion about face-to-face interaction is not a must for school education. So, I have several arguments in favor of this motion. Interpersonal communication or face-to-face communication is communication between people face-to-face, which allows each participant to capture the reactions of others directly, both verbally and non-verbally. Learning by using face-to-face interaction correctly has its own shortcomings and problems, especially in the current era of the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the emergence of COVID-19 in Indonesia, the government has strictly requested that the entire teaching and learning process be carried out online. The following problems usually occurred in offline learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1. Ineffective teaching and learning. Ineffective KBM, if this learning continues to be...
Interruption, please.
No thanks. To be carried out during the COVID-19 pandemic era, then it's considered ineffective. What is considered ineffective and not in accordance with the curriculum, it is possibility...
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team very disagree with this motion. Face-to-face learning must for school education. But you know that if with face-to-face learning is learning that is carried out in face-to-face learning. Benefit of face-to-face learning, students can better understand the material present. So, if face-to-face learning not be carried out at school environment, how will the learning process be run well? Thank you.
Will continue my arguments. What is considered ineffective and not according with the curriculum is the possibility of cutting the number of listening hours.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. For example, on subject that should last 4 hours a week, research 2 hours. That will currently have an impact on the achievement of standards for both students and teachers. In addition, the
interruption, please.
No thanks. Of knowledge from students it also greatly reduces, considering that some materials must only be delivered it online and do not study 100% of the material well. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the very tight and limited learning time makes it difficult for students to cut and absorb learning material properly.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. Your team disagree with face-to-face learning is not be carried out at school environment. So, how will the learning process be run well? So, can you explain to me the recommendation to replace face-to-face learning? Thank you.
Take it, I continue my arguments. The very tight and limited learning time makes it difficult for students to catch and absorb learning material properly because the explanation of the material in the learning process is not detailed because of the timing of learning hours. This is certainly difficult for students who receive learning materials in the mathematics and natural science program that require time to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, 2. Busy parents. Busy parents, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, several schools have asked parents to drop off and pick up students. This means the students have to really go out to come to school and go straight home when they finish school. Unfortunately, this is certainly burdensome for students whose parents are busy working. When their parents are busy working and have started to carry out offline learning, of course, students find it difficult to go to school and have to be accompanied by their parents. In the end, students did not come to school and missed the material parents just because there was one to take them to school. 3. Transportation cost. Transportation costs of online learning, of course, makes parents have to spend money to provide transportation for their children or transportation to take them to school. This obstacle certainly needs adjustment for parents who are already accustomed to online learning at home. 4. Lack of independence. Classroom learning using face-to-face interaction is still lacking when compared to online learning. This is because students must be led to learn and sometimes teachers have to be forced to focus on learning. Therefore, students lack the awareness to learn and gain knowledge. 5. At risk of contracting COVID-19. Even though prevention has been carried out on such a way, learning by using face-to-face interactions cannot rule out the possibility it being more susceptible to being exposed to or contracting to the coronavirus, so that is not optimal if it is carried out the current COVID-19 pandemic situations. 6. Infrastructure. When learning has to be carried out using face-to-face interaction in the COVID-19 pandemic area, large or adequate infrastructure facilities are needed in order to create health protocols so that costs are incurred for hand washing, hand sanitizer, mask, facials, and even temporary gowns must be removed. 7. The weakness of face-to-face communication is time ineffectiveness. Communicators and communicants must be in the communication process and spend time together in place. 8. Limit knowledge of technology. If learning by using face-to-face meetings, teachers and students are unable to explore their ability to use technology and information such as laptop, PCAs. Thank you.
Thank you. So the time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now the third speaker from the government side, Government Whip, please deliver defending your motion.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. So, I still agree with the first and second speaker argument. Face-to-face learning is a must for school education. The reason why face-to-face learning is a must for school education because if face-to-face learning is a must for school education, not the mindset of the current pandemic situation, it will be fatal for students, where students will be very difficult to understand material. According to education observed from University BAJAWA Aulia Lukman Aziz, the teaching profession will not be replaced by technology. However, in the face-to-face teaching and learning process of social, cultural, ethical, and moral maturation. Based on the 2013 curriculum regulation, students have the four competence, namely psychomotor competence, social competence, affective competence, and spiritual competence. Therefore, teacher will more easily assess the ability of each student using the face-to-face method. Important reason to immediately hold face-to-face learning is for effective learning. It must be admitted that during this PGG, learning does not take place effectively. On the other hand, students cannot effectively absorb learning material. Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Anwar Makarim cited, face-to-face school are still irreversible despite distant learning PGG. With limit face-to-face school, there is the potential to lose a generation as online learning can be caught up. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are several reasons for Nadiem to encourage school to conduct face-to-face learning, namely, 1. Children lose learning. 2. The critical condition of the child. So, ladies and gentlemen, with face-to-face learning can provide benefit for students and teachers, namely, 1. Student interaction and communication. Face-to-face KBM is still considered a mixed ideal because the communication and socialization process will be established directly, so that the information and material provided it will be also be assured the discern to understand by student. 2.
Can I say something, please?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. No need to pay connection to internet. One of the advantages of face-to-face learning is that it's now liquid.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, as we know that crowding together will increase the spread of COVID-19. If there are students who are infected by COVID-19, will the face-to-face learning continue or not? And what do you think about? Thank you.
Can you repeat again?
Okay. As we know that crowding together will increase the spread of COVID-19. If there are students who are infected by COVID-19, will the face-to-face learning continue or not? And what do you think about?
Okay, thanks for your question. Your question is very nice. Okay, I will answer your question. If face-to-face learning with the situation pandemic, I think no problem because students and teachers can do health protocol. Okay, let me continue my argument. 3. Not easy to stream and more focused. Studying from home will also disturb condition because it is familiar to interfere from other family members. So
Can I say something?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. So far, the most of their place in the connection for the implementation of KBM are still in school.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay. We know that even we wear health protocol, we still infected by COVID-19. It means that health protocol cannot guarantee that virus won't spread. What do you think about? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question. Based on the reality, if face-to-face learning is a must for school education, teacher and student can give the material with the student, and you know that, replace big technology forever. Okay, let me continue my argument. Next, more control. Face-to-face KBM assures the teacher has access to supervise students directly so that when the KBM process is running, the student can be more easily monitored and controlled. So, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why face-to-face learning is a must for school education because if face-to-face learning is not carried out in the mindset of the current pandemic situation, it will be fatal for students, where students will be very difficult to understand the material.
According to education observed from University Brawijaya Aulia Lukman Aziz, the teaching profession will not be replaced by technology forever in the face-to-face teaching and learning process of social, moral, and culture. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on the 2013 curriculum regulation, students have the four competences, namely psychomotor competence. Psychomotor competence is a person's ability to the psychomotor finish the task. Secondly, social competence. Social competence is a focused attitude that becomes basic reference, understand self-appearance of social life. Thirdly, affective competence is effective competence, a set of knowledge possessed by students to carry out all teaching and learning competence. Fourthly, spiritual competence. Spiritual competence is ability to understand the teaching of regulation. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the time is 7 minutes and 14 seconds. Now the last, the third speaker from the opposition team, the opposition whip. Please, it's the chance for you to refute the arguments given by the previous speakers. Go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for the time that given to me. I am standing here as the third speaker. So, I am the opposition whip from the opposition team. According to first speaker and second speaker has stated, I also disagree with today's motion. I will tell you this why I disagree with this. The positive number of COVID-19 which is increasing every day, of course, makes us even more unsure when this pandemic. The campus or those conflict with if they allow offline learning or what is known as face-to-face learning. The risk of face-to-face interaction at school, including increased violence against children at home. The risk of early marriage, no thanks. Exploitation of children, especially girls, and teenagers pregnancy, no thanks. Children can also experience feeling of depression because they do not pay and meet with their friends for a long time. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team disagree with the motion if face-to-face learning not be carried out in the school education. My question is, if face-to-face learning not be carried out in the school environment, how the learning process in run well? What do you think about that?
Can you give a time answer that? Okay, I will answer your question. If the face-to-face learning not be held in the school where I can use the offline learning.
But you know that the teacher profession not be replaced by the technology forever. It means that online learning is not effective.
I continue my argument. First, benefits of distancing learning for parents and educators. There's no commute. Distance learning and remote education have one big D common. There's no commute. The means you save on gas money and also don't have to constantly worry about a school bus arriving on time. And few face responsibility for transportation. It's almost like you have been granted extra time in your day. Work better with a tropical work schedule.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. If you have a positive work schedule from your children's school schedule.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. This argument phrase puts of you up a little more. Sometimes it's a next break
Interruption,
to have.
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team disagree with face-to-face learning not be carried out in the school environment. My question is, how the teacher will more easily assess the abilities of students? Thank you.
We take it. I continue my argument. Parents can get to know their children's classmates. If your child has very wide friend group.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. You might not have been able to meet them alone just yet. But if you get too closely in our digital study sessions, you'll be more aware of what's going on in your child's social life.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team disagree with face-to-face learning not be carried out in the school environment. My question is, can you give the recommendation to replace face-to-face learning?
We take it, I continue my argument. Parents can take in and see what their kids are learning about. Some children can be very candy about their school day. Others, not so much. By being able to listen in our practical lectures, parents and include information learned into mindful, conservative framing their learning experience. It's important for parents to show interest in their children's education. Positive effects of distance learning of life skills. Students can use a digital whiteboard from many experiments. Having a smart whiteboard can extremely beneficial, especially when it comes to sharing documents and connecting with the class over Zoom. Be able to see the face of the class on such a wide screen could keep students more focused and learn on the lessons is left. Prepare students to work from home in future. While there are a lot of benefits to standing learning, work remotely for serve ever more benefits. For one, adults can work on home projects while also staying connected to their team in office. A lot of people are continuing to work from home, even after this space can respect space because the kind of work life arguments is more convinced. When your children grow up, they may also. Thank you.
Okay, time ends at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now it's the time for the reply speaker. Please remember the questions that have not been answered. It is your time to also cover the questions or in your reply speech. Select your speaker and we will start with the opposition team. Okay.
Okay, thanks for the time that given to me. Now I will giving you the conclusion of the motion. We are really disagree with today's motion because there are 50 benefits of distance learning for students, parents, and teachers. Today's learning environment take full advantage of new technology of make lessons more interactive and engaging. As a result, educators are seeing the benefit of distance learning and finding way to include those opportunities in their curriculum. What are the purpose of distance learning? Through the shift of the remote learning we have been during a first, let's look at how this new learning opportunity can benefit students, educators, and parents, as well as some of the life skills in the teachers. 5 advantages of distance learning for students. 1. Won't forget homework materials. With work and resources digital, students will always have access to everything they need, which means they won't have to have backpack around cute a mess. Having everything available on online platforms will help keep them organized, and as a bonus to really be able to learn how to negative the resources on their own. The second is reduce social anxiety. According to Arizona State University, approximately 50 million Americans suffer from a social anxiety disorder or CAD. A lot of these cases start around the time a child is 13. Education is not one size fits all. There are alternatives to traditional schools whether a child is struggling academically, physically, or mentally. They're right. For students who experience social excellence, an online school may be a viable option. By sitting through the next video, students may be able to feel more confident in their interactions and perform better in their studies. The third is flexible scheduling opportunities. Some kids need to work to help provide for their families. However, they still need to make sure they finish school. With distance learning, being able to balance both is a little easier. While education is important, every family financial situations is different and distance learning help to accompany that reality. The fourth is stay healthy and keep others safe. The COVID-19 pandemic taught us the importance of wearing masks and maintaining social distance as a way protections public health. With distance learning, children can stay home when sick without missing out on too many lessons. Not only is this a more comfortable way to learn when they're under that weather, but it also shows the teachers that you value that well-being of the entire class. The fifth, outdoor accessible to everyone. To the world continue to make sterile, there are unfortunately still places that aren't accessible to everyone. Those with restrict mobility can use the most from this. Adding remote learning to your education system opens up new doors for those who need the kind of assistance. Allowing students to learn where they are comfortable also reduces missed lessons and contributes to better learning. Allow for self-paced learning, offering students the chance of learning. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Opposition team, time stops at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Now it's the last speaker from the government. Reply speaker.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, our team can conclude. Face-to-face learning is a must for school education. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the benefit of face-to-face learning, first, students can more understand the material presented. Second, students can follow the lesson material and complete the assignment directly. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why face-to-face learning is a must for school education because If face-to-face learning is not carried in the midst of the current pandemic situation, it will be fatal for students, where students will be very difficult to understand the lesson material. Ladies and gentlemen, according to education observed from University Brawijaya Aulia Lukman Aziz, the teaching profession will not be replaced by technology forever. She also said that there are a lot of value that students get during face-to-face teaching in learning process, such as maturation social, culture, ethical, and moral. This can only be obtained by social interaction in the school environment. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the 2013 curriculum regulation, students have 4 competences, namely psychomotor competence, social competence, affective competence, and spiritual competence. Therefore, teacher will more easily assess the ability of each student using the face-to-face method. Ladies and gentlemen, the important reason is direct teaching and learning process is more effective than distance learning because students can be absorbed the lesson material effectively and teacher can early identify the student competence. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, according to Ministry of Education and Culture, Nadiem Anwar Makarim said, face-to-face teaching and learning process at school are still irreplaceable by distance learning. By limit face-to-face school, there is potential to lose generation as a negative impact of online learning. The biggest challenge is that students cannot to interact with friends and teachers. Face-to-face school are difficult to replace with distance learning, said Nadiem recently. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why face-to-face learning must be carried out in the school environment. You know that, ladies and gentlemen, students very need face-to-face learning because with the face-to-face learning, students can more understand material presented and students can follow material directly. Ladies and gentlemen, not only that, based contraction, the Minister of Education and Culture, Research and Technology, Nadiem Anwar Makarim, said, face-to-face learning must be carried out immediately because the child's psychological, cognitive, and learning loss conditions are too critical. So what can be done is to open school to do face-to-face learning with strict observance of health protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several reasons for Nadiem to in-charge school to conduct face-to-face learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Time stops at 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Let us give a big applause for both teams with very convincing arguments. Yeah, I must say, it is very impressive for both teams. Yeah, the last team is very impressive, and with very convincing also. English competencies as well as the arguments. Yeah, so just some points delivered by both teams. The government basically just defending the motion that by presenting arguments about the benefits of face-to-face learning, and the opposition team is saying that it should not be compulsory. It is important, but it should not be compulsory for face-to-face learning because at certain times, such as the pandemic, or maybe students with certain needs can make use of online learning as well. So, once again, thank you very much for both teams. Very impressive performances. So we would like to invite you to go back to your seat. Thank you. Bagus ya. And so, with that said, this is the end of the elimination round. We have 8 sessions or 8 chambers so far. It's a big task for the panel of judges to deliver the results. I will return this microphone to the organizing committee. Oh, there is a new announcement. Okay, ada.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the chance given. From this time, I will announce some points regarding elimination round. We have done yesterday for 15 schools in Ngada Regency. So I would like to thank you very much to Mr. Moses, the educator, Mr. Alphonse, and also Mr. Edel, and my elder daughter, I don't know, Mrs. Mrs. Rini, I'm sorry, Mrs. Rini. Thank you very much for, we have done elimination round yesterday up to now. Right now around, yes, 12 o'clock. So we give the chance to the judges, 3 of the judges, to summarize the score of for 6 chambers. Yeah, and I invite invite for all the audience, yeah, supervisor or my students to wait for a moment for a half in outside. We give the chance to the judges to summarize the score. Saya mengundang Bapak Ibu pendamping dan anak-anakku sekalian, my beloved students. Kita dular dulu setengah jam ya, setengah jam beri kesempatan kepada Dewan Juri, setengah jam kita enter kembali untuk penyampaian untuk babak berikutnya, siapa yang lolos ke babak berikutnya. Oke, dan teman ini terima kasih banyak. Selamat siang.
I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. I need somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you helped me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. And I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I'll be safe in your sound till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. But now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm sorry, don't leave me. I want you here with me. I know that your love is gone. Don't go tonight. Just stay here one more time. Remind me what it's like. Oh, and let's fall in love one more time. I need you now by my side. It tears me up when you turn me down. I'm begging, please, just stick around. I'm sorry, don't leave me. I want you here with me. I know that your love is gone. I can't breathe, I'm so weak. I know that this ain't easy. Don't tell me that your love is gone. I'm sorry, don't leave me. I know that this ain't easy. Don't tell me that your love is gone. That your love is gone.
Anywhere you are, I am near. Anywhere you go, I'll be there. Anytime you whisper my name, you'll see how every single promise I'll keep. 'Cause what kind of guy would I be if I was to leave when you need me most? What are words if you really don't mean them when you say them? And what are song. When it's a love, yeah, you say them out loud. Those words, they never go away. They live on, even when we're gone. And I know an angel was sent just for me, and I know I'm meant to be where I am, and I'm gonna be standing right beside her tonight, and I'm gonna be by your side. I would never leave when she needs me most. What are words if you really don't mean them when you say them? What are words if they're only for good times, then they're done? When it's a love, yeah, you say them out loud. Those words, they never go away. They live on, even when we're gone. Anywhere you are, I am near. Anywhere you go, I'll be there. And I'm gonna be here forevermore. Every single promise I'll keep. 'Cause what kind of guy would I be if I was to leave when you need me most? I'm forever keeping my angel
There goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now.
There goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason. My heart keeps bleeding. I need you now. If I could turn back the clock, I'd make sure the light defeated the dark. I'd spend every hour of every day keeping you safe. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. I don't wanna fight no more. I don't wanna hide no more. I don't wanna cry no more. Come back, I need you. The reason. Come a little closer, just a little closer. Come
swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. 'Cause I need you to see that you are the reason.
Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, 'cause you feel like home. You're like a dream come true. But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I've been by myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were sad of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. I was so scared to face my fears, 'cause nobody told me that you'd be near. And I swear you moved overseas. That's what you said when you left me. You still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were sad of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. When we were young, when we were young, when we were young, when we were young. It's hard to win me back. Everything just takes me back to when you were there, to when you were there. And a part of me keeps holding on. Just
Okay, thank you everybody for being back in this room again for the announcement of the elimination round. But before I read the announcement, I would like to congratulate everybody from the 15 schools participating in this competition. You have done great job in preparing the students, and also for the students for preparing yourself to join the competition. Big round of applause for everybody. Yeah? Thank you very much. So, based on the judgment from the judging panels, we have 6 schools going to the semi-final round.
And I would like to announce the name of the school. On the sixth rank is SMA Swasta Thomas Aquino with the scoring of 955. Ya, dari SMA Swasta Thomas Aquino dengan total skor 955 dari 3 juri yang ada. On the fifth place is SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan with the total scoring of 984. Dari SMA 1 Golewa Selatan dengan total skor 984. On the fourth place is SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa with the total score of 985. On the third place is SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat with the total score of 1,052 points. And on the second place, SMA Negeri Swasta Seminari with the total score of 1,086 points. On the first place, going for the semi-final round is SMA Swasta Regina Pacis with a total score of 1,115. So, it means that the other competing schools you're still the winner, yeah? You're still the winner. Do not be disappointed. Just keep participating in the next round because this is a learning process for all of us, yeah? That's fine. And also special thanks to SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan for your willingness to compete with the SMA from Riung Barat, yeah? So thank you. So that's all for the announcement. Maybe the sixth school can prepare for the next round because in the afternoon, after lunch, we will continue with the semi-final round. Yeah. Thank you. Is there a new announcement from the organizing committee? Ada pengumuman lagi kah dari panitia? Oh, from the jury. Okay. So I will hand this microphone to the jury. Mr. Edelwitu, yeah?
Yeah, thank you for the chance given for me. From the juries, we would like to appreciate all participants. We give applause for all of us here. It's really an interesting discussion for debating, but when the jury only chose 6 of you, don't be disappointed. Yeah. So me as a lecturer of English would like to help the students when you would like to learn more about how to debate well. I think it's a good chance. We will provide like a learning material. I talked to the committee about how I can get the video material, and when we get the material of video from our institution of STKIP Symbiosis, we would like to analyze part by part about how you debate for your own school. It's like for a learning material for you. I think it's a good chance for us as a learning institution to provide special learning for you. So we will give more chance for 6 schools. Yeah, you will participate in the next stage. Pay attention to the rule about this debating. I'm sorry in this chance I do not give about feedback because we have approved that feedback from juries will be done in the end of debating. Okay, thank you very much. See you next time.
Baik, sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih untuk kita semua. Sekali lagi tepuk tangan dulu untuk kita semua. Semua kita hebat, Bapak Ibu guru pendamping dan juga adik-adik peserta. Namun memang harus ada di tahap seleksi ini ada sekolah yang harus maju ke babak 6 besar sehingga jangan berkecil hati karena next time masih ada kesempatan untuk kompetisi-kompetisi lainnya. Pada dasarnya adik-adik kalian luar biasa. Kita akan maju kita berikutnya untuk babak semifinal setelah makan siang. So we have to decide it 30 minutes for lunch. Is it okay? Or 1 hour? It's 30 minutes is okay. So setelah 30 menit untuk lunch, untuk makan siang, kita kembali lagi ke tempat ini untuk melaksanakan babak semifinal. Bagi sekolah yang sudah disebutkan oleh Ibu Moderator tadi, yang harus maju ke babak semifinal, kami mohon 15 menit sebelum acara mulai sudah berada di tempat ini. Terima kasih, selamat siang.
Hai pemain 1, siap hadapi tantangan ini? Masuki Valorant dan main sebagai salah satu agen global dari penjuru dunia. Gabungkan FPS, kekuatan supernatural,
I'm holding on your rope, got me 10 feet off the ground. And I'm hearing what you're saying, but I just can't make a sound. You tell me that you need me, then you go and cut me down. But wait, you tell me that you're sorry, didn't think I'd turn around and say that it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I'll take another chance, take a fall, take a shot for you. And I need you like a heart needs a beat, but it's nothing new. Yeah, yeah, I loved you in a fire red, now it's turning blue. And you say too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. Yeah, yeah. I said it's too late to apologize. Yeah, yeah. I'm holding on your rope, got me 10 feet off the ground.
100 days have made me colder since the last time that I saw your pretty face. 1,000 lies have made me colder, and I don't think I can look at this the same. But all the miles that separate, they disappear now when I'm dreaming of your face. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, it's only you and me. Yeah. The miles just keep rolling as the people leave their way to say hello. I've heard this life is overrated, but I hope that it gets better as we go. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, girl, it's only you and me. Everything I know, and everywhere I go, it gets hard, but it won't take away my love. And when the last one falls, when it's all said and done, it gets hard, but it won't take away my love. Ooh, oh, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, girl, it's only you and me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh, oh, oh.
Untuk yang sudah kuat melewati hari-hari sepi, semoga Ramadan ini bahagia kembali. Dengan hebatnya Nippon Paint, jadikan setiap harapan Ramadan lebih berwarna.
Bu, udah harus belanja. Bunda, gaskeuny belanja. Si dede mau bakso, bapak mau kopi, sok borong cemilan, daging, sabun, deterjen juga habis ya.
Pakai Beli Mart, belanja harian sambil drakonan bisa.
Pasti murah.
Ayo borong.
Pasti gratis ongkir. Pasti 2 jam sampai. Belanja harian bebas ribet. Pasti di Beli Mart.
Pasti puas ya.
Anything or anyone. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? I don't quite know how to say how I feel. Those 3 words are said too much. They're not enough. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. Let's waste time chasing cars around our heads. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? All that I am, all that I ever was, is here in your perfect eyes. They're all I can see. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Romeo is bleeding, but you can't see his blood. His It's nothing but the feelings that is all dark It's been raining since you left me. Now I'm drowning in the flood. You see I've always been a fighter, but without you I give up. No, I could sing a love song like the way it's meant to be. Well, I guess I'm not that good anymore, but baby, that's just me, and I will love you, baby. Always, and I'll be there forever and always. I'll be there till the sun will shine, till the heavens burst and the world's gone right. And when I die, you'll be on my mind. Yeah, I love you always. Now your pictures that you left behind are just memories of your different lives. Some that made us laugh, some that made us cry. One made you have to say goodbye. Would I keep turning my fingers through your ear, touch your lips to hold you near when you say your prayers? Try to understand, I've made mistakes, I'm just a man. When he holds you close, when he pulls you near, when he says the words you've been needing to hear. I wish I was him, cause those words are mine to say to you to the end of time. And I will love you, baby. Always, and I'll be there forever and always. To say to you to the end of time that I will love you, baby. Always, and I'll be there forever and always. I'll be there till the sun will shine, till the heavens burst and the world's gone right. And when I die, you'll be on my mind. Yeah, I love you always.
Ada yang baru dari Milna. Milna Rice Crackers, snack bernutrisi setiap hari.
smile. Till I think about you every day now. Was the time when I wasn't sure, but you set my mind at ease. There is no doubt you're in my heart now. Said woman, take it slow, and work to tell that fine. All we need is just a little patience. Said cigar, take it slow, and we'll come together fine. All we need is just a little patience. Stair, 'cause I'd rather be alone. If I can have you right now, I'll wait there. Sometimes I get so tense, but I can't speed up the time. But you know, love, there's one more thing that can save her. Said woman, take it slow, and things will be just fine. You and I'll just use a little patience. Said cigar, take the time, 'cause the light is shining bright. You and I got what it takes to make it. Oh, never breaking, 'cause I can take it.
takes too long, too late. Who was I to make you wait? Just one chance, just one breath, just in case there's just one left. 'Cause you know, you know, you know that I love you. I loved you all along, and I miss you. Been far away for far too long. I keep dreaming you'll be with me. Never go, stop breathing if I don't see you anymore.
Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, 'cause you feel like home. You're like a dream come true. But if I change, you're here alone. Can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I've been by myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, you sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were afraid of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie, it was just like a song. I was so scared to face my fears. Nobody told me that you'd be here. And I swear you moved overseas. That's what you said when you left me. You still look like a movie, you still sound like a song. My God, this reminds me oh, when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were afraid of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie, it was just like a song. When we were young, when we were young, when we just takes me back to when you were there, to when you were there. And a part of me keeps holding on, just in case it hasn't gone. I guess I still care. Do you still care? It was just like a movie, it was just like a song. My God, this reminds me, oh, when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were afraid of getting old. When we were young. A lonely road across another cold city line, miles away from those I love, purpose hard to find. While I recall all the words you spoke to me, can't help but wish that I was there, but where I'd love to be. Oh yeah. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is a hold when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away. We all need that person who can be true to you, but I left her when I found her, and now I wish I stayed, 'cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again. Oh no. Once again, there's nothing here for me on this barren road. There's no one here while the city sleeps and all the shops are closed. Can't help but think of the times I've had with you, pictures and some memories will have to help me through. Oh yeah. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is a holder when I'm not around, when I'm much too far away. We all need that person who can be true to you. I love her when I found her, and now I wish I stayed, 'cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again. Oh no. Once again. Some search, never running away. Before long, they waste away. I found you, something told me to stay. I gave in to selfish ways, and how I miss someone to hold when hope begins to fade. A lonely road, there's another cold city line, miles away from those I love, purpose hard to find. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is a holder when I'm not around, when so far away. We all need the person who can be true, but I'll never when I found her. And now I wish I say, 'cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again. Oh no, once again. Inside the eye of your mind, don't you know you might find a better place to play? You said that you'd never been, but all the things that you've seen slowly fade away. So I start a revolution from my past, 'cause you say the brains I had went to my head. Step aside, 'cause summertime seemed blue. Stand up beside the fireplace, take that look from off your face. You ain't never gonna burn my heart out. And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. Her soul slides away, but don't look back in anger, I heard you say. Take me to the place where you go, where nobody knows if it's night or day. Please don't put your life in the hands of a rock and roll band who'll throw it all away. I'm gonna start a revolution from my past, 'cause you say the brains I had went to my head. Step aside, 'cause summertime seemed blue. Stand up beside the fireplace, take the look from off your face, 'cause you ain't never gonna burn my heart out. And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as she's walking on by. My soul slides away,
Halo, selamat siang semuanya. Kami mengundang dari sekolah-sekolah yang lolos ke babak semifinal untuk bisa hadir di ruangan aula ini untuk kita melanjutkan lomba pidato debat bahasa Inggris.
Guess we can only make it so far, 'cause time wasn't in our favor. This isn't goodbye, this is simply see you later. Let me know when it's time to come back, maybe when your life is on track and you don't have to hesitate. Hopefully it isn't too late. Luckily for you, I'm patient. I'm okay with you making me wait, and as long as you're near, I'll be here. Even if it takes 10 years. Can't fall in love when I found the one. How am I supposed to move on when you're never really too far gone? The memories won't go away. I feel pain every time I hear your name, but I always think of you the same. 'Cause time wasn't in our favor. This isn't goodbye, this is simply a see you later. Let me know when it's time to come back, maybe when your life is on track and you don't have to hesitate. Hopefully it isn't too late. Luckily for you, I'm patient. I'm okay with you making me wait, and as long as you're near, I'll be here. Even if it takes 10 years. Let me know when it's time to come back, maybe when your life is on track and you don't have to hesitate. Hopefully it isn't too late. Luckily for you, I'm patient. I'm okay with you making me wait, and as long as you're near, I'll be here. Even if it takes 10 years.
Semua ada kah? Dari SMA Regina Pacis ada? Belum ada. Seminari ada. SMA 1 Riung Barat. Riung Barat belum ada ya? SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa. SMA 1 Golewa Selatan ada. Dengan Thomas Aquino. Oke. Jadi Regina Pacis dengan Riung Barat.
Looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby. We might have took the long way. We knew we'd get there someday. They said, I bet they'll never make it. But just look at us holding on. We're still together, still going strong. Still the one, you're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. Still the one, you're still the one that I love, the only one I dream of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight. Ain't nothing better. We beat the odds together. I'm glad we didn't listen. Look at what we would be missing. They said, I bet they'll never make it. But just look at us holding on. We're still together, still going strong. Still the one, you're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. Still the one, you're still the one that I love, the only one I dream of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight. Still the one. You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. Still the one, you're still the one that I love, the only one I dream of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight. I'm so glad we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby.
Apakah sudah hadir semua? Dari Riung Barat sudah ada, dari Regina Pacis? Regina Pacis belum ya? Oh ya.
Tiga-tiga tidak usah berarti.
Kan 5 di sini. Iya. Biar. Kalau ini apa ya, kalau misalnya Pak dapat yang ini baru tukar. Kalau kita dapat yang pertama, tukar. Oke. Baik, sambil menunggu teman-teman dari Regina Pacis, kita minta kesediaan perwakilan dari 5 sekolah yang ada untuk ke depan ya. Kalau misalnya nanti yang tersisa cuma yang untuk bagian pertama, kita tukar saja ya dengan yang Regina Pacis. Oke. Mari di sini. Duluan. Ladies first. Wow. That's what the gentleman say. Oke, jadi kita pilih ya. Bisa pilih random saja untuk memilih pasangannya siapa yang jelas. Pasangan yang terakhir yang tidak berpasangan dan Regina Pacis pasti pasangannya Regina Pacis kan? Ya Pak, jadi kita mulai saja. Silahkan. Ini. Oke, silakan dibuka. 2 dengan seminari dengan 3, ini 3. Terus 2, ini 1. Nah, siapa? Ini sebenarnya random, harusnya Regina Pacis. Oke, Regina Pacis sudah hadir, berarti Regina Pacis yang pertama ya. Regina Pacis yang pertama dengan Thomas Aquino ya. Regina Pacis, jadi urutan 1 ini langsung ya Regina Pacis ya. Regina Pacis yang pertama berhadapan dengan dari SMA Thomas Aquino, kemudian yang chamber yang kedua dari seminari berhadapan dengan SMA Negeri Golewa Selatan. Kemudian pada chamber yang ketiga atau sesi ketiga untuk semifinal ini dari SMA 1 Bajawa dengan ini SMA Riung Barat. Oke. Baik. Itu ya jadinya. Karena ini pasti nomor 1. Oke. Kalau begitu yang 2, yang 4-nya bisa kembali dulu. Sekalian kita pilih mosi untuk yang sesi pertama. Oke. Dari mosi yang ada silakan pilih, tentukan siapa yang pilih.
This house believes that Family Hope Program or Program Keluarga Harapan is not a solution for economic welfare community.
Dan ini dari Pro. Oke. Pro ya. Oke. Baik. Jadi ya. Kita langsung saja kita langsung memasuki babak semifinal ya. This is the semi-final rounds of the debate competition for senior high school. So the first chamber will be from SMA Regina Pacis Bajawa against SMA Golewa Selatan. SMA Thomas Aquino dari Golewa. And the motion is Family Hope Program or Program Keluarga Harapan is not a solution for economic welfare community. Ini dipilih oleh Regina Pacis yang sebagai pro, order from government side, and then the opposition is dari Thomas Aquino. Now, I would like to ask you, ini mungkin dari organizing committee-nya atau juga dengan dari guru-gurunya, kita kasih waktu 20 menit atau 30 menit? 30 menit ya, tetap dengar. Oke, baik. So 30 minutes from now, you can prepare your arguments. Silahkan.
just for the chance given. Now it's for members of English debate because we see the situation. How about invite to only 20 minutes for case building, and then certain time in order for the next chance, next chamber will be done on 20 minutes also. It's right? Is agree or not? Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for inconvenient. Sorry.
Biasanya kita dulu yang kuliah juga tuh kalau sistem SKS tuh, sistem kebut semalam tuh tidak berlaku sebenarnya. Kita hanya pura-pura minum kopi sampai tengah malam tapi juga sama juga ya. Ini kan karena persiapan sudah lama yang sudah ya, case building ini kan persiapan yang sudah lama yang ini. Oke. Okay, with that being said and have been agreed upon, I would like to invite the competing teams from SMA Regina Pacis and SMA Swasta Thomas Aquino to the front bench. SMA Regina Pacis as the government side. You can take that side of the table. And from SMA Swasta Thomas Aquino to the opposition table. Okay, so because this is the semi-final round, and you have introduced yourself before, so I think you just go forward with the Prime Minister's motion, yeah, for defending the motion. So, yeah, without further delay, I would like to give the chance to the Prime Minister from the government side to deliver their motion. Ya, bisa langsung.
So, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicator, the timekeeper, and all of the participants in English Debating Competition 2022, especially our partner from the opposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, basically our motion today is this House believes that Family Hope Program is not a solution for economic welfare. We from the government team totally agree with this motion. From this motion, we take 3 definitions or 3 keywords, which are the first, Family Hope Program, the second is solution, and the third is economic welfare. The first, ladies and gentlemen, Family Hope Program is assistance that help poor families have access to take advantage of basic social service in health, education, food and nutrition, care and assistance. The second keyword, ladies and gentlemen, solution. Problem solving or solution is an attempt to find explanation and answer to any problems encountered. And the third keyword is economic welfare. Community welfare in the economic field is basically a social condition that allows every citizen to be able to meet the physical, spiritual, and social needs of life in accordance with human nature and dignity in order to be able to overcome various social problems faced by themselves and their families. To limit our conversation today, we take the parameter in our country, Indonesia. Based on current status quo, that currently the government provides a lot of assistance to the poor people in the term of Family Hope Program funds, and many people apply or register to receive this assistance, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team totally agree with this motion because we have 4 point argument to prove that we totally agree with this motion. The first, ladies and gentlemen, there are still many cases of misuse of Family Hope Program funds. The second is Family Hope Program funds are not right on the target. The third is the lack of effectiveness of the Family Hope Program, and the last is make the community have an instant mentality. The first and the second argument will be explained by me, UN as the Prime Minister. The third and the last argument will be explained by Grace as the Deputy of Prime Minister, and all of our team argument will be concluded by Titin as the Government Whip. So ladies and gentlemen, I will start to explain point by point. The first point, ladies and gentlemen, there are still many cases of misuse of Family Hope Program funds. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, there, in this pandemic situation like this, the government...
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, I don't agree with you because you say that a Family Hope Program is not a solution for economic welfare community. But in fact, the purpose of PKH is to reduce the number and break the chain of poverty, improve the quality of human research, and change behaviors that do not support the welfare of the progress group. Thank you. What do you think about that?
Thank you, I get your point. But we see in the real situation, ladies and gentlemen, that the poverty rate in Indonesia are increased. And according to Kompas.com, as published on 9 January 2022, the Research Institute for Demographic and Poverty Studies state that Indonesia poverty rate in 2022 will jump to 10.81% or the equivalent of 29.3 million people compared to 2021 with a number of by up to 26.50 million people. And this is proof, ladies and gentlemen, this funds is not effective. So I will continue to explain my point.
This POI, please.
No, thank you. Let me finish my argument. This is not effective to increase economic welfare because the distribution of this fund is not right on the target. Not all of the people who register to get this fund's assistance will properly receive this fund. Quoted from Merdeka.com as published on 22 March 2022, the District Attorney's Office of Tangerang Regency has complained to companions for the Family Help Program as a suspect the corruption case of the Ministry of Social Affairs. Social
POI,
assistance,
please.
No, thank you. Let me finish my argument. And state loss amounted more than 700 million rupees. And this is based on this data, it can show that the budget or these funds from Family Help Program is not effective because rampant corruption from the government itself. Besides that, ladies and gentlemen, we know that the government are the part to provide these funds. So what will be happen to the community if the government itself who's provide these funds, but they do this corruption? So it can influence the economic welfare of the community. And even quoted from CNN Indonesia.com as published on 23 August 2021, state that the former social minister Juliari Batubara committed corruption, namely accepting bribes of 32.4 billion rupiahs from fellow COVID-19 social assistance providers as a Ministry of Social Affairs. And as we know, ladies and gentlemen, this Family Help Program funds is included in a once of social assistance at the pandemic situation. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we know that in this pandemic situation, they need these funds. But in fact, there are a lot of misuse of these funds. And also, this caused by the government itself. So what will be happen if the community do not get these funds properly? So it can influence the economic welfare of the community, and it can influence the stability of the country. The second point, ladies and gentlemen, Family Help Program funds are not right on the target. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of people registered to receive the assistance from government, especially in this pandemic situation. One of the assistance from government is Family Help Program itself. But in the real situation, the people do not get these funds because there are some fraudulent, but the government...
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, you say that PKH program can make a corruption, but PKH is a new program. I think you can... give your example that a PKH can make a corruption. Thank you.
Okay, I get your point, but we don't talk about the PKH program make the corruption, but the government can make the corruption from this fund, and it can brings positive impact for the government itself. Do not increase the economic welfare of the community. Thank you. I will
POI.
No, thank you. I will continue to explain my point. Based on data from Merdeka.com as published on 21 December 2021, stated that the poverty rate in Indonesia is increased. And also, ladies and gentlemen, there are people who receive various types of assistance from the government, resulting in injustices among the community. So that the existence of the Family Help Program is not effective because the distribution only benefits certain parties. In addition, the rampant corruption cases that occur prove that these funds is not effective. Especially these funds, it just brings positive impact to the government because the government can do this corruption, but do not increase the economic welfare of the community. Besides that, the high number of poor families, it's because the use of these funds is not properly. The people who receive these funds tend to use these funds to meet their want and do not use to fulfill their daily needs. So, ladies and gentlemen, starting from there are still many cases of misuse of Family Help Program funds, and also the Family Help Program funds are not right on the target. This is can prove, ladies and gentlemen, that the existence of this Family Help Program is not effective, especially to increase the economic welfare of the community, because the existence of these funds is just bring positive impact to the government, because the government can do this corruption. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the existence of these funds, it make the community will have an insult mentality. So that, ladies and gentlemen, we from the government emphasize again and again that we totally agree with this motion, that this House believes that Family Help Program is not a solution for economic welfare, because we have a strong point argument to prove that we totally agree with this motion. At the end of the day, we from the government team totally agree with this motion. That's all for me, and thank you.
Thank you. So time stops at 7 minutes and 5 seconds. The next opportunity is given to the leader of the opposition to deliver your argument.
Okay, thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. We are from opposition team. with the motion, a family home program is not a solution for economic welfare. I, as the first speaker from the opposition team, do not agree with the motion which say that the family home program is not solution for a community economic welfare. It should be the family home program is a solution for community welfare. In this motion, there are two keywords, namely family home program and economic welfare. In this motion, I'm tasked with explaining the definition of the keywords and providing my arguments. A family home program. The family home program, which scaled as a PKH, is a program of providing conditional social assistance to poor family. This is needs as a beneficiary families of a PKH. In other words, a PKH is a conditional non-cash assistance from the government. Ladies and gentlemen, as an effort to accelerate a poverty reduction, since 2007, the government of Indonesia has implemented a PKH, the Social Protection Program, which is also known internally of a conditional cash transfers, has proven to be quite successful in tackling the poverty phase. No thanks. Poverty phase in this case country, especially the problem of chronic poverty. Community economic welfare. Welfare is a state of a well-being, a security, safety, and a tranquility. This kind of understanding show that welfare is related to a condition made
On
by
that point, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay, the opposition team state that the existence of this family home program is to decrease the poverty rate in Indonesia. But we see based on the data from Compass.com as published on 9 January 2022, the poverty rate in Indonesia are increased. So how can the opposition team state that the existence of these funds is effective to decrease the number of poverty rate in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think so. Because, ladies and gentlemen, based on my data, it's an effort to accelerate a poverty reduction since 2007. The government of Indonesia has implemented the PKH, the social protection program, which is also known internally as a conditional cash transfer, has proven to be quite successful in tackling the poverty phase in this country. Thank you.
On this point, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, from the opposition team, they talk about the family home program itself is the effort to reduce the number of poverty in Indonesia. So, can the opposition team give the real example of the data from the truth researchers that show that now the family home program itself can decrease the poor people in Indonesia, not based on your statement or your experience. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, I will answer your question. PKH, mission to reduce poverty, is becoming encircling prominence considering that the number of poor people in Indonesia until March 2016 was still 86% of the total population, or 1 million people. Thank you. I'm continue. Welfare is a state of well-being, security, safety, and tranquility. These kinds of understanding show that welfare is related to a condition made by the creation of a sense of security, safety, and peace. As a conditional social assistance program, PKH open access for a poor family, especially pregnant women and children, to take advantage of various health service facilities and educational service facilities available in their vicinity, aids by maintaining the level of social welfare in accordance with the mandates of the Constitution and the nawacita of the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The view of a general public in a purpose family is able to send family members to highest possible level. Likewise, the higher of person educational level, the more purpose his family will be because they get a responsibility such as an established job and sufficient income.
That's
In
fine,
dealing
ma'am.
with the yes, please.
Okay, the opposition team state that the existence of this family help program is to increase the quality of education in Indonesia. But we see in the real situation, according to data from Kompas.com, as published on 16 January 2022, state that the number of students who drop out of school during the pandemic situation is reached by up to more than 122 students, and the students are come from poor family, especially the family is recipient of the family help program funds. So what do you think about these things? Thank you.
I will answer your question. Okay, because PKH have requirements for help all people such as a poor family, pregnant woman, and so on. In dealing with the problem of poverty in Indonesia, it's likely to be increasing and difficult to overcome. Thank you. I'm continue. In addition, the high cost of education make it increasingly difficult for the poor to receive education, which will ultimately lead to a decline in the quality of human research. So it also necessary to empower the family. Various efforts have been made by the government to deal with educational problem in Indonesia. The rural parents is the main role in education of children in Indonesia, but the reality is that there are still many parents who do not fully support the education of their children. With conditions like this, the parent cannot be fully blamed because they certainly have their own reasons for this. The implementation of compulsory education is not only the rights and obligation of parents, but also the rights and obligation the community in success of this implementation. Therefore, PKH is expected to be able to change the mindset of parents. Okay, thank you.
Okay, time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The next one, we would like to give the opportunity for the Deputy of the Prime Minister to refute the arguments presented by the opposition team. Go ahead.
So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the educator, timekeeper, and all of us to participate in debate competition, especially our partner from opposition team. I'm Grace, as the Deputy of Prime Minister, would like to explain our third and last argument. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I going to explain our argument, I would like to give some rebuttal or response to what the opposition team statement before. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the government team, they again and again from the opposition team, they again and again talk about the family hope program itself is made by as the solution for reduce the for community, especially for the poverty in Indonesia. But we can still in the real situation like now, ladies and gentlemen, there still have many cases about the poverty in Indonesia. And also, ladies and gentlemen, they do not give a real data about the family help program itself can decrease the number of the poverty in Indonesia. Also, they just only have a statement based on their experience or their mind. And also, they talk about the pregnant woman as the main target of the family hope program itself. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we emphasize that now there are still many cases about the stunting rate that make we have a big question regarding for the effectiveness of the family hope program itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically our motion today is this House believes that family hope program is not a solution for economic welfare community. So we are from government team totally agree with this motion, ladies and gentlemen, because the first is the lack of effectiveness of the family hope program.
POA, please.
Yes, please.
You say that family hope program is not a solution for economic welfare. I don't think so, because family hope program provides an income effect for poor household by reducing the burden of spending on every poor household. So, what do you think about it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. But ladies and gentlemen, in the implementation of the family hope program itself, just only temporarily or not in long term. So ladies and gentlemen, Back to our argument, the lack of effectiveness of the Family Hope Program. Ladies and gentlemen, talk about Family Hope Program that made by the government to give solution for economic welfare or for reducing the number of poverty in Indonesia, but we bring all of us to see in the real situation like now, ladies and gentlemen, there are still many cases of problem that can lead all of us to have a big question regarding from the effectiveness of the Family Hope Program itself. Because, ladies and gentlemen, according from the National Population and Family Planning Agency or BKKBN on 22 February 2022 said that the stunting rate during the COVID-19 pandemic at least around 2 million children suffer from stunting and increase in disparity infant mortality rate of 128,605 children under 5 during the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. And the highest rate come from East Nusa Tenggara with 72.7% and follow with Vet, Sulawesi and Aceh. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Family Hope Program said as the solution or was present to help the community in the middle of the pandemic, but the number of stunting is still increased, ladies and gentlemen. This is proof that Family Hope Program cannot guarantee poor family, especially pregnant women, as the main target from this program can able to fulfill their life needed food for family. Also, ladies and gentlemen, according from Kompas.com, as published on March 11, 2022, the number of students dropping out of the school, even though they are the recipient of the Family Hope Program, is known that one of the island of Java is 70% or case student drop out from the school because they come from poor family. Even it outside Java are much bigger, ladies and gentlemen. One of which is in our area is Nusa Tenggara, where there was a case of our child who dropped out of the schools. This is because they could not pay the school fees for only 5,000 rupees per month. This can lead a big question for the implementation of the Family Hope Program that have a target especially for the student. We can see in the economic side where the total of unemployment rate in Indonesia, according to the Central Statistic Agency or BPS, at the 9.1 million people in August 2021, that is increased from 8.7 million people in February 2022. No, thank you. And become increasing in 2022. So this can lead the number of poverty in Indonesia become increased and prove that Family Hope Program have a lack of responsible for poor people. Yes, please.
As we know, PKS bring a good impact for poor peoples and all peoples, such as in pandemic era. So, what do you think about this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. From the opposition team, they just only again and again talk about the Family Hope Program is the best, is the good solution. But I already said that before, even though in the pandemic situation like now, the Family Hope Program it will be a good solution. But there are still many cases about the stunting rate of the student who drop out of the school and also the unemployment. This is already proved that the Family Hope Program itself is not effective, ladies and gentlemen. So continue to our argument in the next point is make the community have an instrumentality, ladies and gentlemen. The existence of the Family Hope Program funds as it is not effective in improving. Yes, please.
I don't think so because a Family Hope Program can improving the ability of beneficiary families, improving the health and nutrition of pregnant mothers and children, increase the number of children's educations, improving the social economic conditions. So, what do you think about it?
Okay, thank you. So if you talk about that, the main target is for the mother or for the student. So why here we have a data that show that students is dropped out from the school and also there are still many of the stunting rate and also the unemployment. So this is already proof that Family Hope Program itself is not effective, of not a good solution in the pandemic situation like now, ladies and gentlemen. So ladies and gentlemen, the existence of Family Hope Program assistance is not effective in improving the economic welfare of the community because it will only make people have an instrumentality, ladies and gentlemen. When the government continues to provide the assistance to the community, especially the poor, this will make the community very dependent on grants from the government and tend to accept assistance but not trying to find a job, ladies and gentlemen. The Research Institute for Demographic and Poverty Studies, or IDAAS, state that Indonesia poverty rate in 2022 will jump to 10.81% or the equivalent of 29.3 million people compared to 2021 with 26.50 million poor people or 9.7% 71%. It is proof that even though these funds have been distributed to the poverty people in Indonesia, but the number of poverty family are still increased, and even the beginning of this year. So ladies and gentlemen, start from the first is the lack of effectiveness of the family hope program, and also make the community have an instant mentality. We are from government team totally agree with this motion. That's all for me, and thank you.
Okay. Again, time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now it's the chance given to the deputy of the leader of opposition to refute what is being the arguments from the previous speakers.
Thank you for the time. I, from the opposition team, do not agree with the statement. This household believe that family hope program is not solution for economic welfare community. As we know it, PKH is a social assistance program for poor families. This program is implemented by the Ministry of Social Affairs to help alleviate poverty. The main objective of PKH is to improve the quality of human resource, especially in the field of education and health for poor families. PKH is a program that has been launched since of 2007. PKH poor families with predetermined criteria will receive financial assistance for a certain period. PKA is assistance that help poor families have access and to advantage basic of social service, health, education, food and nutrition, care and assistance. PKH open access for poor families, especially pregnant women and children, to advantage of various service facility or fix and educational service facility or fix this. This available around them. The benefits of PKH have also begun to be encouraged to cover persons with disabilities and the elderly by maintaining their level of social welfare. Yes, please.
Okay. The deputy of the opposition state that the program, the family hope program, the family hope program is need requirement to allocate to the community, but this program is need requirement. It means that the allocation of these funds is not equivalent, and this allocation also not right on target, and the corruption from the government can make these funds is not effective. And how the opposition team think about this one?
I don't think so, because the government made a breakthrough and asked for help companion to direct and create conditions for their community to experience things in accordance with the times, directing to positive things and inviting them to form behavior partners that are in accordance with applicable the rules, so as to create the welfare we accept. Thank you. I continue. Through PKH, poor families are encouraged to have access and take advantage of basic social services in health, education, food and nutrition, care and assistance, including access to various other social protections programs, which are complementary programs and ongoing basis. PKH is direct to be a epicenter and center of excellence to poverty reductions and synergies, various national social protections and improvement programs. The main objective of PKH is to improve the quality of human resource, especially in field of education health for poor families. PKH is a step that is a step to contribute significantly to reducing the number of poor family. The family hope program.
Point,
here, yes, please.
Okay, the opposition team state that the existence of this family hope program is to increase or to improve the quality of human resources. But ladies and gentlemen, we see in the real situation that based on data from Central Statistic Agency or BPS, is at 9.1 million people on August 2021. That is increased from the unemployment in Indonesia are increased, reached by 8.7 million people. So how about how can the opposition team state that this is can increase to improve the quality of human resources? But we see in the real situation that the high rate of unemployment are increased year by year. So what do you think about this? Thank you.
I think PK8 is a step that is expected to contribute significantly to reducing the number of poor people. The Family Hope Program hereinafter referred to as PK8 is a program to providing conditional social assistance to poor families who are designed as beneficiary families of PK8. Thank you. I continue. The specific objective of PKH are among others. 1. PKH is direct and assisting to very poor in meeting their educations and health needs in the additions to providing the ability for families to increase consumption spending. 2. PKH is paid to change the behavior of very poor families to check pregnant women's postpartum or children to health facilities and send children to school and educational facilities. No thanks. 3. In the long term, PKH is expected to break the intergenerational poverty chains. If you are registered as social assistance recipients, the screen will display the recipient's name, age, type of social assistance. Yes, please.
Okay, Deputy of Opposition state about Family Hope Program is reduce the poor people, right?
Yes.
And we from the government team just needed data that show that the percentage of the effectiveness of this Family Hope Program itself. Okay, what you think about this one?
Okay. PKH's mission to reduce the poverty is become increasingly prominent, considering that the number of poor people in Indonesia was still 86% of the total populations, or 28.1 million people. Thank you. I continue. In the short term, it provides an income effect for poor households by reducing the burden of the spending on very poor households. In the long term, it can break the poverty rate between generations, improving the quality health, nutrition, education, children's income capacity in the future, or price affect children from very poor family, providing certainty to children to their future. Reduce child labor, accelerate the achievement of the MDG, or through increasing access to education, improving maternal health, reducing the under 5 mortality, and increasing gender equality. So I, from the opposition team, disagree with the motions. Thank you.
Time stops at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. The third speaker from the government side, the government whip. Please take your time.
So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, the educators, timekeeper, and all of the participants in this debate competition. I'm Tiden as the third speaker from the government team. So now, before I'm going to convey our team argument conclusion, I would like to give some response or rebuttal to the opposition team statement. First is about Family Hope Program is still effective because help poor people. But the honorable opposition team, from the data we get, that report from JakartaCompas.com as published on January 9, 2022, the Research Institute of the Demographic and Poverty Studies predict that Indonesia poverty rate in 2022 is increased 10.81% from 2021 is 10.40%. It means that this allocate of these funds is not effective to help poor people in society. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I will explain our team argument conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the program of providing conditional social assistance to poor families who are designed as beneficiary families of the Family Hope Program as an effort to accelerate poverty reduction. Is decided by local residents so that an evaluation by the government is immediately carried out, ladies and gentlemen, so that it is accordance with the facts that conditions that occur in the environment inhabited. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty is indeed the biggest problem for our country, so that the quality of our country is is below developed country, ladies and gentlemen. Limiting the people's right to get a job education, to get a job educate, and also the access guaranteed health, ladies and gentlemen. The Indonesian government, through the Ministry of Social Affairs, issued that the family hope program, but the government program is not appropriate for needs of the community itself. And also, the inappropriate allocation of these funds is caused by the data manipulation or the data falsification, ladies and gentlemen. Report from kupangkompas.com on 22 to February 2022 in East Nusa Tenggara Timur.
Please?
Yes, please.
Talk about PKH. I think the government rules give a solution for the poor people, poor families. So through the PKH. So I think PKH is a solution for the poor families and community welfare. Thank you.
Okay, so I will give response to the opposition team statement. Okay, but this allocation of this data is mistarget and misuse of this community, and also the government make this corruption so that the allocation of these funds is not effective to help poor people, so that there are so many stunting in the community. Okay, so now I will going to explain our team argument, ladies and gentlemen. Reporting from Lentera.com that perpetrators with initial P is suspect of the having manipulated 34 data on recipients of the Family Hope program, and which was carried out during validation in 2021, ladies and gentlemen. The victim didn't know and didn't receive any funds from the government, while the recipients were kept by the perpetrators, ladies and gentlemen. Data by re-entering the names of people who have died, so that the funds continue to be channeled by the same family continuously, while other families who have limitation do not get a solution, ladies and gentlemen. Besides that,
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, you say that the PKH program can make a government corruption. So please give me a real example about the government make corruption. Thank you.
Okay, so I will give my response to the opposition team statement and questions. We from the government team have the data that the government itself make a corruption. Quoted from Merdeka.com as published on 22 March 2022, the District Alternate Office of Tangerang Regency have named 2 companies for the Family Hope program as suspect in the corruption case of the Family Hope program, ladies and gentlemen. As a suspect in the corruption case of the Ministry of Social Affairs Social Assistance Program for the 2018 until 2019. Budget year and state losses amount to almost 700 million, ladies and gentlemen. So now I will explain our team argument. But not with people who have a great needs, especially parents with 5 or even 10 children. This Family Hope program funds provided by the government differ in fully ranging from the tens of thousands as basic funds to even millions of rupiah. And this funds is not received for life and is permanent. It's not permanent, ladies and gentlemen. So that people don't have full expectation from this allocation of the funds from the Family Hope program itself. Reporting from Suara.com on November 12, 2021, in the village of Klakakasihan, there are a lot of people who can afford instead creating and registering a small and medium business. They manipulate the data, just making business name, type of business, and the goods to be product. This is really ironic when the program from the government should be managed and earmarked for people who actually have small business and are having difficulties with capital due to the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. Parties who should not receive this right, such as state civil servants and other whose economy is medium, and after receiving these funds, they don't have the awareness to return them, ladies and gentlemen. So this can prove that our team totally agree with this motion, because this allocation of these funds is not effective and not right on target to the community. Funds received by people in the rural areas also channeled to fulfill other needs, which should be used for school children expense. Instead, they are used to buy household needs and even take care of interest of the custom. No thanks. When a child has been dropped out of school, it will be difficult to get a job. No thanks. Unemployment is everywhere and social crisis occur, and what is called poverty arises. When it's like this, the government must pay attention in the form of the assistance every year. Yes, please.
I don't agree with you, because in fact much people get a help for the PKH. Example, the much people in Ngada region get a help for the PKH. Thank you.
But after they receive the funds from the government, they will make these funds to by household, and even instead they custom, so that this funds is not effective to help people. So now I will continue to explain our team arguments, ladies and gentlemen. This evidence that allocation of the government funds is not effective because this distribution is not received directly by the community. Corruption occurs by the government, and the provision of these funds is still nepotistic, ladies and gentlemen. Most of the poor use the family help program to consume other things that they are not included in the list of where the data should be direct. So now, ladies and gentlemen, from this data we can judge that the government that issue the funds and the West Group again is unfair act. This causes health loss of the community. This community will not experience the same opportunities as other people to use educated facilities. So we from the government team totally agree with this motion that family help program is not a solution to economic welfare community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. The third speaker from the opposition team, it's your time for opposition whip to review the previous speaker.
Thank you for the time and opportunity for us. I, from the opposition team, I ask the third speaker, review the opinion of the pro team because, as our team has explained, that the family of hope program is a solution for the economic welfare community. Benefits and the objective of the family help program is changing the behavior of very poor families to give greater attention to their children's education and health. In short term, it provides an income effect to poor households through reducing the burden of spending on very poor households. In the long term, it can break the chain of intergenerational poverty through improving the quality of whole or nutrition, education and income capacity of children in the future, or price effect of children from very poor families. Accelerate the SMAN to the MDG through increasing access to education, improving the health of pregnant. Yes, please.
Okay, the opposition team stated again and again, they state that the existence of these funds is to help the poor people, especially in the education and also health fields. But we see in the real situation that there are so many cases of stunting and also students drop out of school. And this is proof that this fund is not effective. So the opposition team, can you give the real data to show that the PKH program is effective to increase the economic and also especially to education and in health fields to decrease the number of poverty rate in Indonesia? Thank you.
I will answer your question. The benefits of PKs have also begun to be encouraged to cover persons with disabilities and the elderly by maintaining the level of social welfare in accordance with the mandate of the Constitution and the nawacita of the President of the Republic Indonesia. Thank you. I'm continue. In the long term, it can break the chain of intergenerational poverty through improving the quality of health and or nutrition, education and income capacity of children in the future. Yes, please.
Okay, from the opposition team, they just only talk about the family hope program itself is only to make a stability for the economic people in Indonesia, but they don't give a real data because our team need the data from the opposition team, but they don't give a data. So what the opposition team think about it?
In fact, the poor people that not have in home can get a PKH program such as MBR program with the criteria. Thank you. I'm continue. Improving the health of pregnant women, reducing under 5 mortality and increasing gender equality. Family health program goals, improving the ability of benefits families to access and utilize education and health service, improving the health and nutritional status of pregnant women and children under 6 years from KPM, increasing the number of children's education participation or compulsory age for elementary or junior high school KPM, improving the socio-economic condition of KPM.
On this point, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay, so from the opposition team, they again talk about the family hope program itself is made for the poor family. But ladies and gentlemen, the data we get from the Kominfo.com, the actor of SMS in Indonesia dominated by the rich people or the people who do not get the family hope program. So this is make that the family hope program itself, they just only be a farmer and not with the life of low budget. So what the opposition team think about it? Because you talk about the human resources, right?
I will answer your question. The social protection program, which is also known international as conditional cash transfers, has proven to be quite successful in tackling the poverty phase in these countries, especially the problem of chronic poverty. As a conditional social assistance program, PKS opens access for poor families, especially pregnant women and children. Thank you. I'm continuing. The family of program hereinafter referred to as PKH is a program of providing conditional social assistance to poor families designed as benefits families. Yes, thank you.
Okay, the opposition team state that this family of program funds is long term. But opposition team, I would like to give my questions. How long these funds can help people? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think the government will give a solution for the poor family. So I think PK is not only in the condition pandemic era, but until people welfare. Thank you. I'm continue. As an effort to accelerate poverty reduction since 2007. The government of Indonesia has implemented PKH, the social protection program, which is also known international as conditional cash transfer, has proven to be quite successful in the tackling the poverty phase in this country, especially the problem of chronic poverty. As a conditional social assistance programs, PKH open access for poor families, especially pregnant women and children, to take advantage of various health service facility and education service facility available around them. The benefits of PKS have also begun to be encouraged to cover persons with the disability and the elderly by maintaining the level of social welfare in accordance with the mandate of the Constitution and the nawacita of the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Through PKS, KM is encouraged to have access to and utilize basic social services in health, education, food and nutrition, care and assistance, including access to various other social protection programs, which are complementary programs on an ongoing basis. PKS is directed to be the epicenter and center of excellence for poverty reduction, the synergies various national social protection and empowerment programs. So, I from the opposition team strongly disagree with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds as required. So the last chance now for each team is for the reply speaker to prepare for their summary and also maybe unanswered questions from previous, from the opposing teams. And please don't worry about, when your questions is not answered or something like that. Do not worry, because the judging team will also pick up all those things, yeah? So, okay, so now I'll give the chance for the reply speaker from the opposition team.
Thank you for the time and opportunity for us. I will give a conclusion about this motion. As a conditional social assistance program, PKS open access for poor family, especially pregnant women and children, to take advantage to various health service facilities and educational service facilities available in their vicinity, aids by maintaining the level of social welfare in accordance with the mandate of the Constitution and the nawacita of the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Reported from kemensos.go.id, the result of other study show that PKH has an impact on change in household consumption, such as in several other CCT or conditional cash transfer implementing counters. PKS success in increasing the consumption of benefits households in Indonesia by 4,8%. The target of PKS participants is very poor families who have family members with the condition that the health component is pregnant children under 5 or children aged 5 to 7 years, who have not entered elementary school education, elementary school aged children, junior high school children aged 15 to 18 years, who have not completed basic education. The purpose of PKS is to reduce the number and break the chain of poverty, improve the quality of human resource, and change behavior that do not support the welfare of the poorest groups. This goal is directly related to effort to accelerate the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals. Targets in particular, the objective of PKS are: 1. Improving access and quality of education and health service of our PKS participants. 2. Improving the educational level of PKS participants. And 3. Improving the health and nutritional status of pregnant women, persons under 5 years old, and preschool children of very poor households. So with the PKS, the goal is reduce number and break the chain of poverty, increase human resource, and change behavior that does not support improving the welfare of the poorest groups. Therefore, the government made a breakthrough and asked for help from a component to direct and create conditions for the community to experience change in accordance with the times, directing to positive things and inviting them to form behavior patterns that are in accordance with applicable rules so as to create the welfare we expect. Prosperity is measured by the fulfillment of our daily needs and our enthusiasm in building big change in a more positive direction for mutual progress. Because a prosperous society, it must be initiated by the lifestyle of the community itself so that it does not become an obstacle in the PKH. This welfare is really so that the citizens can live properly and are able to develop themselves so they can carry out their social function properly. If the community is prosperous, it means that the community is experiencing property. Community welfare can be created through the family of her program. The view of the general public in a prosperous family is able to send family members to the highest possible level. Likewise, the higher a person's education level, the more proper his family will be because they get reciprocity such as an established job and sufficient income. Various efforts have been made by the government to deal with educational problems in Indonesia. The role of parents is the main role in the education of children in Indonesia, but the reality is that there are many parents who do not fully support the education of their children. With conditions like this, parents cannot be fully blamed because they certainly have their own reason for this. The implementation of compulsory education is not only the rights and obligation for parents, but also the rights and obligation of the community in the success of its implementation. In principle, this program is very feasible and should be carried out by the government. However, the problem. So I disagree with the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Time stops at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So the last speaker, the opportunity is given to the government team for the reply speaker. Please take your time.
So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicator, timekeeper, chairperson, and all of the participants in English debating competition, especially our partner from the opposition team. Before I'm going to play my role as the replay speaker, I would like to say that the opposition team do not pay attention of the rule of the debate session because the replay speaker just for first and the second speaker do not the third speaker rule. So I think the opposition team do not pay attention about the rule of the debate. And then, ladies and gentlemen, basically our motion today is this House believe that family help program is not a solution for economic welfare. We have a fourth point argument to prove that we totally agree with this motion. The first, there are still many cases of misuse of family help program funds. The second is family help program funds are not right on a target. The third is the lack of effectiveness of the family help program. And the last is make the community have an instant mentality. This is the strong point and argument to prove that we from the government team totally agree with this motion. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team stayed about as this family help program as an effort to for government to decrease the poverty rate. But the opposition team do not give the real example or the real data to show that this fund is effective to decrease the number of poverty rate in Indonesia. And also, the opposition team state that family help program provide income to the poor people. But ladies and gentlemen, we see in the real situation, even though in this pandemic situation, there are a lot of people who lost their job, but they cannot fulfill their daily needs in through this family help program, because we see in the real situation that the existence of this family help program is just temporarily. So this cannot prove that this funds is effective to help economic welfare of the community. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team also state that this family help program brings positive impact in this pandemic and also to fulfill their daily needs and increase human resources. But ladies and gentlemen, back again, we from the government have the data to show that the existence of this fund is not effective. This is proved by the existence the high number of stunting and also the students who drop out of school. And also there are a lot of people people lose their job or unemployment in Indonesia are increased year by year. So this can prove, ladies and gentlemen, based on this data, we from the government team can prove that this fund is not effective, especially to increase the economic welfare in Indonesia. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team always state that this fund is effective, but they don't bring the real data to show that this fund is effective. So we from the government team must win this debate. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team give the real data, real example about the effectiveness of these funds, but the opposition team do not make the deep analysis on their explanation, and also they cannot brings the effectiveness of these funds. So this can prove that the argument from the opposition team cannot prove that they are disagree with this motion. So, ladies and gentlemen, and also the opposition team state that these funds can fulfill their daily needs. But we know that, ladies and gentlemen, this fund is just temporarily, because when the community get these funds or receive these funds from the government, they just fulfill their wants, not their daily needs. And also it can just consumptive funds, not the productive funds. So it can prove, ladies and gentlemen, this fund is not effective. So, ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team totally agree with this motion that this House believes that family help program is not a solution for economic welfare, because we have strong point and argument. We give the real example, and also we give the real data to show that our team must to win this debate. At the end of the day, we from the government team totally agree with this motion. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say apologize if there are any mistake, and also I would like to say thank you for the attention from all the audience, especially our adjudicator, timekeeper, chairperson, and especially our honorable opposition side. So, ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team totally agree with this motion. At the end of the day, we from the government must win this debate. That's all for me, and thank you very much.
Impressive closing statements. That ends at 4 minutes and 8 seconds. Okay, with that, that's the end of the debating session between the two opposing teams, and representing two schools, with very impressive arguments, yeah? And also, for me, it's a great joy to watch this. And I would like to invite the two teams to shake hands, yeah, before returning to your seats. Yeah? Okay. Bisa kembali? This is a good lesson, good learning for everybody, yeah? And the good thing is also, this is also being live streaming, so it can be watched by those who can't be here right now. Thank you very much, both teams. Thank you. Big applause for both teams. Very good. Juri untuk panitia mungkin ya panitia berkaitan dengan hasil kesepakatan dari technical meeting kemarin. Minta maaf ya semua ada pertanyaan dari Pak. Okay, so thank you. We'll go to the next chamber, second chamber for the semi-final. We would like to invite the representative from Seminari, SMA Seminari and SMA Golewa Selatan. Please come forward to pick the motion.
Okay, the motion is people should legally wear masks at school.
And Seminari is pro, is from the government side, yeah? So it means that SMA Golewa Selatan will be the opposing team, yeah, from the opposition. The motion is, this house believes that people should legally wear masks at school. Masker lagi mereka. Okay, 20 minutes from now, we will start the debate. Okay, 20 minutes has passed. We would like to invite debating members or debating team from Seminari, SMA Seminari and SMA Golewa Selatan. Seminari tadi yang government ya. Yeah. Without further delay, we would like to invite debating members from SMA Seminari at the as the government team to position themselves at the front desk. And also debating members from SMA Golewa Selatan as the opposition team. Please come forward. So, judging panels, we will just start, ya. Okay, so just as a reminder, the motion picked is this House believe that people should legally wear masks at school. So we will start by giving the opportunity for the Prime Minister of the government team to deliver their motion. Time will be counted as you start speaking.
Okay, good afternoon, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, all the audience, and our beloved partner from opposition team. So, I'm the Prime Minister here and would say that we absolutely believe with our motion today, which says people should legally wear masks at school. We have some reasons to prove that our motion today is right. But before going to my argument, let me point out what is the meaning of people and legally. So, people here is everyone that have an activity in school, like teachers, students, school staffs, and guests if there is. And of course, they have to wear masks except there is a sport. And also, legally means that based on the law. So, back to my point, why do I say that we believe that people should legally wear masks at school? Because, first of all, I would say that we are live in pandemic situation, ladies and gentlemen, and it's emergency. There are around 155,000 people are die and more than 6 million cases in Indonesia. There are COVID-19 prevention and management. Because of that, there are COVID-19 prevention and management 3T, testing, tracing, and treatment, and also 5M. And one of that is wearing mask. Mask is simple barrier that can prevent the droplet which come from other people. So it protects us, and also we can protect we can protect also other people because our droplet that come from our mouth do not go on the people. So and also why wearing mask is really important, because our president also has says that we have to wear masks. Like I said it in CNNindonesia.com on the 6th of April 2020, our President Joko Widodo says that we must wear masks everywhere and whenever. So you see, wearing mask is really important for us, because even though we have vaccinated already, because there is a vaccine already, there is a still possibility for us to get infected by the virus. So see, one simple way to...
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. You say that students should wear masks at school. So how about if students who have a skin irritation, if they still wear masks at school or not? Thank you.
Okay, but if the students do not wear masks, it means that they will get injected by the virus, and it's really and that's really dangerous for them, because they can die because of this virus. So for the irritation skin, maybe they can talk with their doctor. So there is a medicine for that. So they can wear mask comfortable without get the negative impact from the wearing mask. So back to my point. And also, why should be legally? Because now people are difficult to obey the health protocol. Like you see now, there are so many students and so many teachers that do not pay attention to the regulation that make us have to wear masks, but they do not want to wear masks. That's why people should legally wear masks at school. And also, the regulation will help them to make wearing mask as a habit, because you know also that wearing mask is new thing for us. Because of that, the regulation will help us to wearing mask, and it will be our habit in our daily life. And also, actually, there is a regulation from our Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Minister of Religion, Minister of Health, and Minister of Home Affairs that limited face-to-face learning in the school should be done with keep applying the health protocol. And the first point is use mask. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, wearing mask is really important for us to protect us from the coronavirus. And then, as cited in compass.com on the 7th of April 2021, study from University of Central Florida, United States, shows that that keep distancing is not really necessary if we wear masks. So because of that, we have to wear masks, because at school, of course, it's difficult for us to keep the distance from other people, and also we cannot wear hands every time. Because of that, wearing mask is one simple way for us to protect ourselves from the coronavirus. And also, head of the expert team for COVID-19 handling task force, Wiku Adhisa Smito, says that wearing mask
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. You say that wearing mask is not so very important. So as we know that now we have a vaccine, it means that even we not wear a mask, we absolutely don't get infected from COVID. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, I see your point. Yes, that's right. That now we have vaccine, but there is still possibility for us to get infected by the virus, even though we have vaccinated already. That's why we have to keep wearing masks at school, and it's have to be in the regulation. We should wear it legally, because it's difficult for us to have a habit to wearing masks. That's why the government has to make a regulation for us to wearing masks at school. So back to my point, and also because wearing masks is really important. Because wearing mask is really important because about 90% of COVID-19 cases transmission is by droplet, and the first line defense is wearing mask. So you see, wearing mask is really important because we can prevent the droplet from our mouth, so the droplet do not go to other people, so we will not spread the virus from us to the other people. And then, as cited in Compass ID on 7th of August 2021, teachers in Florida protest to school site to enforce the mandatory of wearing masks for students, teachers, and school staff. And of course, why wearing mask is really important, because, for example, for dormitory school, of course, they are difficult to keep the distance, and of course, they really difficult to keep to apply washing hand. That's why mask is mask is the choice now. And also, like I cited in thetik.com 25 of February 2021, government gives 35 million of masks to society through Ministry of Industry and spread by Indonesian National Army and Republic of Indonesia Police, because once again, mask is really important for us now. And also, as cited in compass.id on 12th of August 2022, Papua provincial government do not allow learning activities in school without mask. So you see, because of that, we think that people should legally wear masks at school, because the reasons that I've elaborated before. And let me strengthen my argument again, because once again, the mask can prevent the droplet from our mouth, so it cannot be. We will not infected other people, because our droplet will stay on the mask. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, so time stops at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Now it's the time for the leader of opposition to confront the arguments delivered by the Prime Minister.
Okay, thanks for the time given to me. So ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is people should regularly wear masks at school. We disagree with this motion because the mask will cover the lower part of the face, reducing the ability to communicate, interpret, and imitate the expressions of people we interact with. Positive emotions become less recognizable and the negative emotions are implied. Initial immediate contagion and general emotions are reduced and thus teacher students bonding group cohesion and learning where emotion is the main driver. The benefits and burden of face masks in schools should be seriously considered and made clear to teacher and student. The school-specific situations schools also inform any decades regarding the use of face masks.
May I say something, please?
No thanks. It is a medical truth that everything that has an effect also has a side effect. The physical side effects of the face mask have been mostly reported by medical professionals working in surgery and related surgical environments and science professionals working in laboratories. In a study of 158 healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic, the most common side effect of prolonged use of
please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you've said before, with the mask, it will give us the side effect from the mask, but this is the emergency situation. You know, whether you want or not, but the using of mask is very important for us to prevent ourselves from COVID-19. So this is the emergency situation, and you don't to say that wearing mask will give us side effect. What do you think about that?
We take it and let me go on my argument. Head disease occur 1 to 4 times during a 30-day period of wearing a mask, and the rate is mild by the majority, or 62% of respondents. Within 30 minutes of removing the face mask, the pain dissipates spontaneously. Pain medications such as non-steroidal agents are used only in some cases. Face masks may further cause perioral dermatitis with rash and redness, infection of the skin around the mouth because of saliva sweat and moist fiber between the mask and skin. This may provide a breeding group and bacteria. Its risk may be caused by irritation dermatitis caused by the mask and or the after the rubber drinks rubbing the skin of nose and ears.
May I say something, please?
No thanks. An experimental study on the physical effect of wearing a surgical mask or face mask was conducted with 5 healthy male and 5 healthy female subjects who performed intermittent exercise on a treadmill while wearing a protective mask in a climate-controlled room at 25.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you have said before that if we wear masks, it will create side effect for us. But according to World Health Organization, mask is created by international standard. So it means that if it will not create the side effect that really dangerous for us. So what do you think about that?
We take it and let me go on my argument. A recent study of the cardiovascular effect of face mask surgery in healthy young male subjects with bicycle ergometer saw a 2% reduction in maximum power for surgical mask and a 5% reduction in power. Overall, in both studies, the subjects favored surgical face mask. This finding led, among other things, to the fact that N95 masks are never recommended for wear by the general public, as they are not only more expensive, but also because of the inconvenience they cause much less likely to be worn by everyone for long periods of time exchange period. Regarding preparation of COVID-19, additional currents about
May I
wearing
something,
masks
please?
no thanks, have been articulated. For example, wearing a face mask may give a false sense of security and make people less complete with other infection control measures. Wearing masks may cause glasses to fog and therefore cause anything from discomfort to accidents. Wearing a mask makes the exhaled air go into the eyes. The
May I say
generates
something,
an
please?
uncomfortable no thanks, feeling an impulse to touch your eyes. If your hands are commented, you are infecting yourself. Moreover, a fractions of carbon dioxide previously exhaled in cell is responded to quickly. Those phenomena increase breathing frequency and depends, and they may warrant the burden of COVID-19. If infected people wearing masks breathe more contaminated air, this may also warrant the clinical condition of infected people if the enhancing breathing push the viral load down into the airlines for other aids. When infected people rebreathe air in a mask, their virus load increased. In other words, where face masks are intended to ease the burden of the pandemic, they may at the same time make it worse under current conditions. In addition, there's physical health concerns. There are more problems with the use of the face mask must be addressed. Impaired facial recognition and additions, communication disorders, and blocking of emotional signals. Face masks impair facial recognition and investigation face masks block emotional signals between teachers and students. So we are very disagree with today's motion. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so time stops at 7 minutes and 13 seconds. And now is the chance for the Deputy Prime Minister to review the answers provided, the statements provided by the opposition team.
Good afternoon, honorable judges. Good afternoon, my beloved partner of the debate this afternoon, and also good afternoon, all the audience. This is the second speaker of this house, and this house still believes with our motion today that people legally wear masks at school. So before going further to my speech, let me make a quick recap from the opposition team. So the first speaker of opposition team has already clarified before that with the legality of wearing masks, it will give side effects or negative impact if we use it under the law. But we don't think so, because this is the emergency situation, you know. And you see that the salus populis suprema lex, that the safety of the people is the supreme law. So you can see that if government make a legal law to make people should legally wear masks, it shows that the government make a role here to keep safety for the people in our country. And also you said before that the legality of wearing masks will give people who wear it have a skin irritation. But you must know that what is better for us, our skin or our life. So you must see with that. So because of that, we don't agree entirely with your opinion. So let me go to my speech. Actually, wearing masks is important for us, and especially for the people who come to school. Mask is important because it will prevent us from COVID-19. And this is the emergency situation, so people should wear it legally. I have some reasons to prove you why people should legally wear masks at school. So the first reason why people should legally wear masks at school is because masks can prevent us from the silent carrier of COVID-19. So the possibility of people who are the silent carrier of COVID-19 come to school is very big. And we don't know he or she are infected by the COVID-19 because they are a silent carrier of COVID-19. And silent carrier medically called asymptomatic people. And that's why government should make a legal regulation so that people is safe from the asymptomatic people or silent carrier. Because according to...
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. The use mask can make our face dumped. Mask is an option we don't need to wear mask. What do you think about it?
Okay, I see your point. You have said before that mask can make our can make us have a skin problem. But you must know that what's better for you, use mask or protect your life from COVID-19. So you must see that. Let me go to my speech. In school, the possibility of silent carrier come to school is very big, and they will spread the COVID-19 to the people in school. So because of that, that's why government should make a legal regulation so that people can save from the COVID-19, especially save from the people who are asymptomatic person that spread the COVID-19 in school. And the second reason why people should legally wear masks at school is because masks also can prevent us from the newest variant of COVID-19. You've said before that with vaccine, it can help us to make the antibody, our immune is increased, and it will make us not infected again by the COVID-19. But it's wrong because we have possibility to infect it again from the COVID-19 after we have the vaccination. And also because of that, because the possibility of infected again by COVID-19, we must use the mask under the law so that we can save them from the newest variant of COVID-19. Because the vaccine cannot 100% guarantee us not infected again by the newest variant of COVID-19. And also, the third reason why people should legally wear masks at school is because, you know, the legally of wearing masks can make students have build their awareness of health protocol, especially wearing masks. Because, you know, in this situation, people don't use masks in their awareness. They only use it in sometimes, and they don't use it every time. So because of that, with the regulation that should make people should legally wear masks, it will build their self-awareness so that they will use the mask every time, everywhere, and anywhere. Indirectly, the regulation to wear masks at school can make people have awareness so that they don't use it. They don't use it every time. And also, you've said before that mask can give negative impact for us, but I don't think so because our life is the highest law, and government should make a legal regulation so that they can make sure that their community, their society is safe from the COVID-19. So actually, mask is important so that government should make a legal regulation.
Can I say something,
yes,
please? Okay. According to World Health Organization, mask is not needed for healthy people. Mask just for unhealthy people. Why don't you say that people should legally wear mask at school? Okay.
Okay, I see your point. So once again, I say for you that this is the emergency situation, you know, and we must use the mask under the law so that we can save from the COVID-19. And I think not only health people, not only unhealthy people cannot save from COVID-19, but also we as the health people also have possibility to infected by the COVID-19. So you must see that. So the possibility for us from infected again by the COVID-19 is high, so that the legally from wearing mask is very important for us. So because of that, I want to say again that people should legally wear masks at school, and we from this house believe with our motion today, and that people should legally wear masks at school. Thank you very much.
Time stops at 6 minutes and 41 seconds. Now is the chance for the deputy of the opposition team to refute the answers or the arguments provided by the deputy of Prime Minister. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity given to me. The honorable all the judges, the teachers, and all of you, my beloved friends. I'm standing here as the Deputy Prime Minister. We still stand on our motion and give me chance to preserve our motion. People should legally wear masks at school. Speaker 1 of the government side has given statements regarding the motion.
I would like to state that the statements are wrong, as we know that the parameter of this debating context. So I have 3 arguments also to be argued in order to support our motion. Ladies and gentlemen, the first, confusion. A psychologist, Bonnie Jackson, said people who refuse to wear masks are confused by the information. Previously, masks were only intended for medical workers who are on the front lines and people who are at risk. Initially, this started to happen when we informed them that masks were only for sick people, Jackson said. People are confused, and that's why the public has been given awareness and directions again to use masks. No thanks. In order to prevent the rise of transmitting the virus, he continued. The third, trust. There are also people who refuse to wear masks for reasons of their beliefs or religion. No thanks. Jackson said some people believe in God or in anyone with higher powers to help them get through this virus pandemic. That's why we do not need to wear masks at school at all.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you talks a lot about the negative impact of the wearing of mask, but you have to see that this emergency situation, and we cannot sit down and doing nothing. We should do our activity, and one key that we can do is wearing mask. And you have to see that government make the regulation to wearing mask, because by the regulation we can build a habit of wearing mask. So what do you think about that?
I got it, let me go on to my argument. And ladies and gentlemen, fourth, mental state. Wearing a mask can actually have a bad effect on some people who have infectious disorders. According to Jackson, it can make them feel like they can breathe. Wearing masks disturbing the effectiveness in doing daily activity. There is no more power except God. And so, ladies and gentlemen, masks are not very effective at preventing transmission of the coronavirus, since thesis and the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security told Business Insider. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the best preventive measures for the public are standard daily measures to avoid germs, namely washing hands frequently, trying not to touch your face, and avoiding close contact with sick people.
Something, please.
No thanks. The World Health Organization insists the masks are not necessary for health people. Masks are only needed for those who are sick or caring for people suspected of being infected. If you are healthy, you only need to wear a mask if you are caring for someone suspected of being infected. Wear a mask if you are jogging and are clean. The WHO advice quoted from its official website.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you said before that wearing mask is not important, but you must see it in our situation now that still many people who get infected from COVID-19. How do you prevent yourself from these people who are get infected from COVID-19? Thank you.
We take it and let me go on to my arguments. Medical experts say that surgical masks cannot protect themselves from the coronavirus. Masks will not protect against viruses because the size of the virus is very small. Professor Brendan Bram from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine said, the virus is thousands of times smaller than bacteria than the air pollution particles we are concerned about.
May I say something, please?
No thanks. He considered that masks could actually make the spread of the virus more likely because there are use causes conditions to become humid. Even because of the humidity, according to him, mask can expert the problem. If you have a cold or choking in a mask can make things worse, he says. According to him, the purpose of using mask is on psychological problems, but it can prevent transmission. According to data from the COVID-19 task force, there were an additional 80.189 new cases of corona infected in Indonesia. This brings the total to 1,900,000 positive cases of corona. This proves that the use of masks is still not able to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 in the surrounding environment, especially in the world of education. As for some facts, that the use of masks in school, it is not said for seal to COVID-19 cases. As we know that, until now there are still some schools that have experienced a spike in COVID-19 cases, even though they have implemented health protocols on of which is wear a mask. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the data we took from Detic Health, it has been almost 2 years since the COVID-19 pandemic appeared in Indonesia. The emergence of this pandemic has forced everyone to adapt to new habits, one of which is wearing a mask. The new habit was carried out as part of prevention so as not contract the coronavirus. But on the other hand, the use of masks that are too frequent and in the long term can actually cause various skin problems, especially eczema. That's all for me. Thank you.
Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now it's a time for the government whip to strengthen your position as well as maybe refute the previous arguments. Time starts as you speak.
Okay, good afternoon, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, my beloved opposition side and all the audience. This is government whip, and I would say that once again, this house still believes with our motion today that people should legally wear masks at school. My Prime Minister and Deputy of Prime Minister have talked about the reasons to prove you that people should legally wear masks at school. But before going to my speech, let me point out the failure of opposition side. You talks a lot about the side effect of wearing mask, and you say that when we wear mask, it will create uncomfortable in ourselves, and you say that people and you say that government cannot build regulation to control the use of wearing masks. But you have to see, this is emergency situation, and you cannot just sit down and doing nothing. You have to do something to create, to still alive. The safety of people all around the world is the highest law, and we cannot just doing nothing. Because of that, this house don't agree with your opinion. So back to my point. Why do I say that people should legally wear a mask at school? That's because wearing mask is the easiest thing for us to do to live with COVID-19 pandemic now. Nowadays, school open with strict health protocol, and there is a law to control it, like presidential decree number 11 of 2020 concerning the stipulation of public health emergency coronavirus disease or COVID-19 that arranges the role of health protocol like wear mask in every place. Ladies and gentlemen, you should imagine that government already make a regulation to control the people to wear mask in every place, include at school. It shows that at school we should wear mask under the law. And then as I did in Compass 14th August 2020, Office of Education, Libraries and Regional Archives of Papua don't allow face-to-face learning happen without wear mask. If school do not pay attention to this one, then learning activity will be happen from home. Christian Sohibit, head of the office in Papua, says that he already asked the head of education authorities to stop face-to-face learning in school, which is do not have mask to be the law. ladies and gentlemen, you should see that from this data, I can prove you that mask is very important for us, because without mask, we cannot do our activity as usual. And then I will give you an examples like in boarding school or school with dormitory. You have to see that in school with dormitory, they cannot pay attention in other health protocol like in washing hand or keep the distance. And the easiest thing and the most possible thing for them to do is to wear mask. And because of that, this house still totally believes with our motion today that people should legally wear mask at school. And then, according to Compass 26 April 2021, latest research by University of Central Florida research team found that transmission rate of COVID-19 is minimized by wear mask in right way. It shows that when we wear mask in right way, the possibility for us to get infected by the COVID-19 is decreased. And because of that, wearing mask is very important, and government should make regulation to control the wearing mask among the people.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. We know that the use of mask is not effective. In realization environment, the use of mask just make a pollution. What do you think about that? It could become a rabies? Thank you.
Okay, I get your point. Mask can give pollution in our environment, but you have to see that every day there is an officer that clean the mask that we put, and they will bring the mask to the bin, and then they will recycle it, and then they will make it better than before, so that it will never make pollution like stated in compass.com on the 11th of March 2020. Head of the environmental health section of the health office from Jakarta, Purmana Aji, says that the mask waste included in medical waste, where its handling is in accordance with applicable standard operating producing, which is the mask waste will be destroyed by burning or thermal. From this data, we can see that the mask can be destroyed by burning by the people.
Can I say something, please?
Not yet, please let me finish. So back to my point. Why do I say that this house still totally believes with our motion today that people should legally wear masks? Because by wearing mask, we can it will make us safe from silent carrier. We just imagine if we live with other people that there is silent carrier. We cannot know that he or she is silent carrier or no or not, and we have to wear mask every time, whenever and wherever, to keep us from the COVID-19. And then White House for example, I will give you one example that White House spokesman Jen Psaki say that students and teachers
Can I
should
say
wear
something?
masks. Yes, please.
Okay, I don't agree if you say. Oh my God.
Okay, I will continue my speech. White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki say that students and teachers should wear masks to prevent the deployment of COVID-19. In her speech on 10 February 2022, Jen Psaki added to that we should always wear masks in a room, including at school or anywhere. With the regulation of wearing masks, we can prevent the number of COVID-19. From this data, from these examples, we can know that the wearing mask is very important for us to prevent COVID-19 and to decrease the number of COVID-19 in Indonesia. And then in Kupang, when you go to Pertamina, for example, you cannot go to Pertamina if you do not wear mask, and it shows that in temporary place you have to wear mask, and in school you have to wear mask too. Because of that, this house still totally believes in our motion today. Thank you very much.
Again, it stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now the third speaker from the opposition team, will be given the opportunity to refute the arguments given by the government team. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for time given to me. I am standing here as the third speaker. So, I am the opposition whip from the opposition team. Today's motion regarding people should legally wear a mask at school. Speakers 1 and 2 of the opposition side have given statements regarding the motion. I would like to state that their statements are wrong. In the following, I would like to add some arguments why we state this motion is correct. I have 2 arguments to urge. First, belief in herd immunity. Another reason that discourages people from wearing masks is herd immunity. They believe if you want to stop this corona pandemic, the majority of the world's population must be infected. Scans also say that herd immunity can occur when 80 or 90% of the world's population has been infected and recovered.
May I say something, please?
No, thanks. However, the process to achieve took a long time and caused a large number of deaths. Due to this reason, we think people do not need to wear masks at school. Second, political reasons. Some people believe the requirement to wear a mask against their
May I say
constitutional
something, please?
right. Yes, please.
Okay, you have said before that we shouldn't wear masks because we have to believe in herd immunity. But according to liputan6.com on 20 of December 2021, Health Minister of Indonesia, Budi Gunadi Sadikin, says that people still can be affected by the virus. For example, Omicron, even they have vaccinated already. So it means that even though we can create this herd immunity, there is still possibility for us to get infected by the virus. Because of that, we have to keep wearing masks. So what do you think about that?
We take it, I continue. Jackson said people have a sense of a counter that makes them think they have the right to do whatever they want in the country. Face masks may further cause peripheral dermatitis with rash and redness, and infection of the skin around the mouth because of
May I say
salt.
something, please?
No, thanks. Sweet and moist vapor between the mask and the skin. This may provide a breeding ground for bacteria. Itchy rashes may be caused by insect dermatitis caused by the work and or the actin rubber stings rubbing the skin of the nose and areas.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you've said before that we must believe in herd immunity. And you said before that wearing mask is not important, it's not a necessary one. But we must still use it because with mask we can protect ourselves from another respiratory problems. So please answer our question because you have a responsibility of it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will answer your question. People not should wear masks at school because we have vaccine. I continue my argument. Masks are not very effective at preventing transmission of the coronavirus. Scientists at the Johns Hopkins for Health Security to Business is there. According to the Center of the Disease Control and Prevention, the best prevention measure for the public or standardized measure to fight games, namely washing hands frequently, to not to through your face, the avoiding close contact with sick people.
May I say something, please?
No, thanks. The World Health Organization instead the masks are not necessary for healthy people. Masks are only needed for those who are sick or caring for people suspect of being infected. If you are healthy, you only need to wear a mask if you are caring for someone suspect of being infected. Wear a mask if you are country and are clean. The WHO advice counter from its official website.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you've said before that we cannot have to use masks properly because we have vaccine. But vaccine cannot guarantee us 100% to get infected from COVID-19. So what do you think about that?
It was further explained that the use of masks will only be effective if accompanied by proper hand-washing habits, as using alcohol-based and hand sanitizer or with soap and water. Health experts have advised everyone to always wear a cloth mask as additional protection for the COVID-19 coronavirus. However, some people may still double the cloth mask and protect themselves from the COVID-19 coronavirus or not. Therefore, many people are still hesitant to use it. In a number of ASEAN countries that call for the use of masks, the number of positive cases and deaths from COVID-19 is relatively low. However, some say that it's not because of the mask issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now it's the last chance for both teams to provide your summary of the previous argumentation. So you'd like to give the first chance to the opposition team for the reply speaker.
Okay, thanks for the time that given to me. Now I will give in the conclusion of the motion. We are really disagree with this motion that people should agree with masks at school. Because the first, confusion. A psychologist, Ebony Jackson, said people who refuse to wear masks are confused by the information. Previously, masks were only introduced for medical workers who are on the front lines and people that are at the rise. Initially, this started to happen when we informed them the masks were only for sick people, Jackson said. People are confused and that's why the public has been given awareness and direction again to use masks. In order to prevent the risk of transmitting the virus, he continued. The second is tourists. There are also people who refuse to wear masks for reasons to their beliefs of religions. Jackson said some people believe in God or in any more with higher powers to help them get through this virus pandemic. That's why we do not need to wear masks at school at all. The second is mental state. Wearing a mask can actually have a bad effect on some people who have anxiety disorders. According to Jackson, it can make them feel like they can't breathe. Wearing masks distributing the effectiveness in doing daily activities. There is no more power explained to good. Other arguments will Sorry. It is a medical truth that everything that has an effect also has a side effect. The physical side effects of face masks have been mostly reported by medical professionals working in surgery and related surgical environments and science professionals working in laboratories. In a study of 158 healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic, the most common side effect of prolonged use of face masks was biliary headaches reported by approximately 800 of participants. Headaches occur 1 to 4 times during a 13-day period of wearing a mask, and we rate as mild by the majority, 72,000% of responded. Within 30 minutes of removing the face mask, the pain dissipated spontaneously. Pain medications such as non-steroid analgesics are used only in some cases. Face masks may further cause perioral dermatitis with rash and redness. Infection of the skin around the mouth because of salivar sweat and moist fever between the mask and the skin. This may provide a breeding ground of bacteria. Its rash may be caused by irritation dermatitis causes by the mask and or the active rubber string rubbing the skin of the nose and ears. That's all for me. Thank you.
So the reply speaker stops at 3 minutes and 56 seconds. So the last speaker from the government, it's your turn to make your summary and and closing statements.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, and good afternoon, all the audience. This is the reply speaker of the government side, and we still believe with our motion today that people should legally wear masks at school. The other side of this house has already clarified before that the wearing of mask, it makes people confused because wear mask is just for sick people or for unhealthy people. But you must think that whether you're healthy or not, you have possibility to get infected from the COVID-19. And the second reason, you've said before that people are more believe in their religion, and so that they don't want to use mask. But actually, God helps us through masks. So God helps us to prevent us from COVID-19 through the effectiveness of mask. And the third reason, you've said before that with wearing mask, it can give us a side effect like skin problems and headache. But actually, your life is most important thing in our life. Because of that, you must protect yourself from the COVID-19 so that you have still life in our world. So because of that, we don't agree entirely with your statement that you have already clarified before. So to strengthen our position here, I'd like to give you again our reasons why people should legally wear masks at school. The first reason is because mask is a simple way for us to prevent ourselves from infection of COVID-19. So mask is a simple barrier that can prevent the droplets which cause from the people who are infected from the COVID-19. So that's why we must wearing the mask under the law and legally. And also, why people should legally wear masks at school? Because at school, we are difficult to do another health protocol, such as keep the distance and also washing hands every time. So because of that, according to University of Central Florida, found that the implementing of social distancing and washing hands is not necessary if we wear masks properly in our activity in school. So because of that, government should make a legal regulation that regulate people to properly use masks every time in school. And another reason why people should legally wear masks at school is because masks can prevent us from the silent carrier of COVID-19. So, silent carrier, or medically called asymptomatic people, are people who are not don't have any indications of get infected from COVID-19, and the possibility of people come to the school, the possibility of silent carrier come to school is very high, and so that we must use mask under the law so that we can save from that asymptomatic people. And also, mask also can prevent us from the newest variant of COVID-19. So we know the vaccine cannot guarantee us 100% from the newest variant of COVID-19. So because of that, we must use mask under the law so that we can save 100% from COVID-19. And the third reason why people should legally wear masks at school, because with the regulation, students can have awareness to use masks and wear masks obediently. Because we know that students in school like to have hide and seek with their teacher because they don't want to use masks every time and everywhere. So because of that, with that problem, government should make a legal regulation so that they can have awareness and they can build their habit so that they must use mask every time and everywhere when they are in school. So because of that, we from this government team had still totally believe with our motion today that people should legally wear masks at school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Time stops at 4 minutes and 8 seconds. So, once again, it's a joy to watch this debating team. Another impressive episodes for us, yeah, and also another impressive learning process for everybody. So thank you very much for your performances. We would like to ask both teams to shake hands before returning to your seat. Thank you. Big applause to the team. Aduh, dipegang tangan. Pegang tangan dulu dengan tim ini, tim lawan. Kan kalian tidak bermusuhan, toh? Jangan ketemu di mata telepon. So, thank you. It's a very exciting day today, yeah, because in the semi-final, the teams are very well prepared and we have, great performances. So the last chamber, or the third chamber for today's semi-final round is a debating team from SMA Negeri Riung Barat and SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa. Representative from both schools, please come forward to pick your motion. And the selected motion is?
This house believes that learning English boosts nationalism among students.
And Riung Barat is from the opposition, yeah? The contrast from the opposition. That means you guys will be from the government team, okay? Okay, so we will give you 20 minutes for the preparation. Okay, so 20 minutes has passed. We would like to invite both debating teams for the last session or the last chamber for today, semi-final round, to come to the room, please. Debating team members from SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa, please come into the room. So now we would like to invite debating team members from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat to come to the opposition bench, please. And also from SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa as the government team to the government table. So this is the last debating team for today. Without further ado, we will just start the debating. So we will just go forward to the government team and give the opportunity for the Prime Minister to deliver your motion. You can start now.
Good afternoon, adjudicators, committees, and all participants, especially from the opposition team. Here, we from the government team strongly agree with our motion today. We think our motion today is very true. By learning English, increase nationalism among students. So as the first speaker, I will present our team argument to support our motion today. English as foreign language has a very strategic position in the current era of globalization. The use of English is very important to be able to adapt and keep up with increasingly advanced global development. As a young generation, of course, we are required to be able to speak English in order to keep up with the times. Many of the millennial generation now have a good English skill. Without realizing it, many changes have occurred in country along with the fast-growing globalization. The development of science and technology is irresistible and continues to grow rapidly. No thanks. Being in this era of globalization, the Indonesian people are required to be able to communicate in foreign language, especially in English. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team agree with learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. But you know that the definition nationalism itself is to beloved our country, beloved our language. Why you say that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. We know English is the international language. Using English means having a high spirit of nationalism to international country. The use of English must be carried out by the national movement because English has strengthened the unity of integrity of the nation.
I get your point, but you know that even though you say this era globalization, the student need learning English, but you know the definition nationalism itself to beloved our country, to beloved our language. What do you say that?
Okay, thank you. A person's sense of nationalism cannot be determined or measured by how he speaks. Even though he speaks English, it does not mean the sense of nationalism does not grow in him.
But you know that we have.
Sorry, you know, she doesn't have to satisfy you. She already answered your question. Please continue.
Okay, I will continue my argument. English is the international language of instruction used in almost all parts of the world, especially in the development country. Learning this language is no longer an obligation to get good grades or ranking in school, but also as a defense in the face of increasingly
interruption, please.
No thanks. Globalization. English can open access to unlimited assets that people in Indonesia need. Improving English language skill can be done in various ways. Today, with the ease of technology and increasing competition in the commercial education sector, the nation next generation should have many opportunities to improve their
Interruption, please.
respective qualities. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team stay agree with this motion. Learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. But you know that not all students can understand the English language. So why we must follow the learning English itself? Thank you.
I will answer your question in the following description. So let me continue. Currently, students have to learn English. While studying English, students gain a lot of knowledge. This is because many things currently use English as one of the properties. There are so many benefits of learning English for studying at school, such as first, English is the most widely spoken language.
Interruption,
In addition-
please.
No thanks. English is also the language that is most widely adopted as a second language. Some examples are Norway, Sweden.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. As you know that not all students can understand the English language. So with this, how with student cannot understand English language? Thank you.
I think people cannot. Some people can understand English. They can learning every day to improve their English skill. Thank you. Back to my point. English gives access to some of the best literature in the world. When you learn English, you can enjoy the works of the world's
Interruption,
most
please.
famous authors with interpretation as the internet by the authors. No thanks. This is because translate word
Interruption,
cannot
please.
always convey the original intent of the author. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team agree if learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. But you know that Indonesian have a national language, namely Indonesian language. Why you say that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students?
English is a second language. So, with learning English, they can promote their culture or their origin. Thank you.
Continue.
I will continue my argument. The application of the use English properly and correctly in Indonesia is very low, which is below 8%. In fact, English brings Indonesian name to be better known in the international world because the potential of this country can be well communicated using the international language. Ladies and gentlemen, from the reviews that we have submitted, have shown how important English language education for a student. From the many benefits of learning English for students that we have conveyed, it does not show the slight impact of learning English that reduces the sense of nationalism in students. So we from the affirmation team strongly agree with our motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. So the time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now is the time for the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition team to deliver your position.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Dear jurist, timekeeper, moderator, and the all audience. First of all, let me introduce our team. My name is Maria Alunda Lawas. You can call me Winda. I'm as the leader of opposition, and I'm as the replay speaker. On the right side of me, Johanna Priscilia Zampi as the deputy of opposition. On the left side of me, Maria Chantrakoza is the opposition whip. Learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. Ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, our team very disagree because based on the definition of nationalism according to Big Indonesian Dictionary, namely nationalism is an understanding or teaching to love one's own language and country, where nationalism is an awareness that that reflect the values of good moral ethic among others. Then when it is associated with learning English, of course, this will a big problem for some students when using English.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, you say that learning English not can boost nationalism in students. So, loving Indonesian is indeed a demand for students because loving Indonesian is a form of feeling of nationalism. But the question now is, can we not learn English by loving Indonesia? Of course not. So, what do you think about that?
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question. But you know that based on the definition of nationalism itself, to beloved our country, to beloved our language, it means that we must love our language, our country.
So you think learn English? Someone learn English is not love their homeland, it's not the love their country in Indonesia. So what do you think about that?
But you know that. We have a nationalism language, namely Indonesian language. Why we must follow the another language, namely English language? Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, learning English is carried out only as an identifier of international language or a foreign language. It does not mean that a sense of nationalism among students will grow when learning English. Distinguished goods in real terms.
Why?
No thanks, I'm speaking. Our nation has a unifying language, namely Indonesian. Why should we use a foreign language when we have a national language? Ladies and gentlemen, report
Attention,
from...
please.
Yes, please.
Why do you say learn English is a big problem for Indonesia, in Indonesia?
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question. You know, English language is another language, and we have a national language, namely Indonesian language. If we follow the another language, it's a problem for our country, our culture, and our team think it's a big problem for our country, our culture. If we follow another English. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, report from Kompas.com, Tirto.id explain the purpose of nationalism.
POI?
Yes, please.
What is the big problem in?
Okay, that's a very question. I will answer your question. The big problem is a problem if someone to love another culture. Let me continue my argument. Report from Kompas.com, Tirto.id explain the purpose of nationalism, namely to ensure the ability and strength to maintain a national sense in the country and fight the influence of other countries. This means English and can be said to be a threat to use because English is a foreign language that must be anticipated by use so that our national language is maintained.
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay, your statement is learning English not can boost nationalism in students. So, can you give a real example or data learning English can reduce the nationalism in students?
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question. The real example, based on the reality, you know that not all students can understand English language, and our team think it cannot boost nationalism among students. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, learning English can be difficult for students. This is because Not all students understand the meaning of words in English coupled with incomplete articulation. If some students do not understand the words when speaking in English, how is it possible that nationalism will grow
BOI,
among
please.
students? No thanks, I'm speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, report by Compasiana.com, there are some difficult in learning English for students. 1. Lack of confidence. 2. Limit time to study.
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay, our beloved audience, there is no concrete evidence or study results that are effective enough to show a relationship between learning English and decreasing nationalism in students. So, we from the government team, can you give a real example or that learning English can reduce the nationalism in students? A real example or that, please.
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question. You know that English language is another language. If students follow the another language, can reduce nationalism spirit among students. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, weakness of learning English in public school 3 May 2017 in mixed learning, communication, listening, teaching, Teaching learning English at school. Learning English in public school leaves many weaknesses. This weakness is in all affective, cognitive, and psychomotor domains. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that English language is another language, and we have a national language, namely Indonesia. If students learning English, our team think it can reduce nationalism spirit among students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah. So the next one, we would like to give the opportunity for the Deputy of Prime Minister to strengthen your position. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the chance given back to our team. The honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, and especially our partner from the opposition team. Good afternoon to all of us. I'm sorry. As the second speaker, I will continue the argument that has been present by my previous partner. Here again, I emphasize our affirmation team strongly support today's motion. We think that learning English can increase nationalism.
Sorry. There is a technical error before, so we cannot, record the time of speech. Can you please repeat again so that we can start over again? Eh? Thank you. And sorry.
Okay, thank you for the time and opportunity given back to our team, the honorable of the adjudicators, the honorable ladies and gentlemen, especially our partner from the opposition team. As the second speaker, I will continue our argument that has been driven by my previous partner. Here again, I emphasize our affirmation team strongly support today's motion. We think learning English can increase nationalism in students. Ladies and gentlemen, currently English is just not a subject that is learned in school, but English is a must for today young generation, especially students at school. The rapid development of technology and information requires today's young generation to learn English. English is a bridge to open windows to the world. We can achieve many things just by learning English. Reporting from Wikipedia as an international language, currently there are 60 countries on the 6 continents that are English official language of their country. Ladies and gentlemen, a data we report from liputan6.com, Minister of Education and Culture Mendikbud MNU in 2013, answers that learning English subject for elementary schools, that students will never reduce the sense of nationalism. Please. No thanks. Students will never reduce the sense of nationalism for the young generation of the nation.
Please.
Nation successors. No, thank you. According to him,
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for a chance given. Your teams, they agree with learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. My question is, can you explain to me the relationship between learning English, can boost nationalism among students? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I will answer your question. English is the international language using means having at high spirit of nationalism to international countries. That use of English must be carried out by a national movement because English has a strength that unity and integrity in the nation and also...
Interruption?
Yes, please.
Okay, but you know that in our country have a language, have a national language. We can promote our culture to. We use our language.
Okay, Indonesian have so many culture and destination, and we should learning English if worth it. Okay, what do you think about that? And I think I back to our point. Ladies and gentlemen, many students in Indonesia to want to continue their education of their countries. If so, it means that one of the solution of the release is dream to use English. To learn, loving Indonesia is needed of demand for students. No thanks, because loving Indonesia is a form of feeling of nationalism. But the questions now, can we not learn English by loving Indonesia? Of course not. The definition of loving the Indonesian language and loving the homeland is not that narrow. Nationalism is not a narrow understanding.
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay. Your team very agree with learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. So what about you think that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students?
Okay. Thank you for your questions. I will answer your questions. Okay, learning English is very important, especially in terms of education. In addition, through English, we can introduce the deep history of culture and language of this nation to those who want to know about this nation. English is very much needed in the national and international arena. No thanks. Indirectly, this has shown tangible evidence that English can increase nationalism in students. One of which is provision in English. We can introduce Indonesian culture and products to their countries. Thank you.
Interruption. But you know that our country have national language. We can promote our culture to another country with our language. Thank you.
Okay. You say that it's okay. I will answer your questions. And you think it's okay. I will answer. I will continue my argument. English as foreign language has a very strategic position in the current era of globalization. The use English is very important to be able to adapt and keep up with the increasingly advanced global development. As a young generation, of course, we are required to be able to speak English in either...
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the chance given. You know that one of the meaning, the nationalism itself, to love our language. So, why you say that with learning English at school boosts nationalism among students?
Okay, I will answer your questions. As we know, English is very important in the world of education. One of which that we can introduce Indonesian culture, the history to the outsiders who want to know about our nation. Thank you. Okay, I will continue our argument. With realizing it, many changes have occurred in this country along with the fast-growing globalization. The development of occurred in this country. No thanks. Being in this of science of technology is very stable and no thanks. Of continues to grow rapidly.
Sorry, just to be as a reminder, you cannot ask for POI every 2 or 3 seconds. You cannot do that. You have to wait until 15 seconds. Yeah. Give time for them to finish their statements or sentences, and then wait for 15 seconds, and then you can ask for POI, for the next POI. Cannot do it after every second. Okay?
Okay, before I continue our argument, I will emphasize, please, it is my time, not you, so I will continue our argument. Ladies and gentlemen, reporting from CNNindonesia.com, in fact, there are still many Indonesians who cannot speak English but are corrupt and do not respect the values written in Pancasila. This action do not reflect of the attitude of nationalism at all. A person's sense of nationalism cannot be determined or measured by how he speaks. Even took to he speaks English does not mean that a sense nationalism does not grow in him. The proof is many young people today are proud of Indonesian their achievement abroad. For example, Maudy Ayunda, Jerome Pauline, Isyana Saraswati, and Shinta Laura, and the others. They can get scholarships to study abroad. Those who study abroad currently have good communication skill in English. When we can study abroad because we are proficient in English, of course, we will not hesitate to say our identity as students from Indonesia. A person's nationalism is determined by how much he loves and how much loyalty he has the homeland. For example, by carrying out values. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many expressions that developed in Indonesian society today's youth speaking English. For example, learning Indonesian first, then learn English, or you don't speak English if you Indonesian is not correct. This kind of expression seems to revert. Okay, once again, we state that we approve our motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the Deputy of Prime Minister for the fiery speech. Now I would like to give the opportunity to the Deputy of the Opposition Leader to give your standpoints. Please.
Okay, thanks for a chance given. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm as the second speaker from opposition team, very disagree with the second speaker of government team, said that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. As we know that nationalism is an understanding or teaching to love one's own language and country, where nationalism is an awareness, the reflect of the values of good moral ethic among others. Then when it is associated with learning English, of course, this will be a big problem for students when we're using English. There are several weaknesses that often occur in English including, firstly, lack of skill. One, vocabulary is a weakness that often occurs in English, especially Indonesian people who still teach their mother language, so that it is tend to make it difficult for them to master vocabulary.
Why?
No thanks, I'm speaking. Two, reading. Weakness explained by students as will namely how ways of reading and articulation, so that sometimes it confuses students.
Attention, please.
Yes, please.
If you say learning English is not boost the sense of nationalism, so why when the tourists come to our country, how can they know our culture without English? Because English is international language. How do you think about it?
Okay, I get your point. But you know that, based on the reality, our country have national language, namely Indonesian language. So how we must follow the learning English? Thank you. I will continue my arguments. 3. Reading. Similar to reading, the next of difficult faced by students is yes, please.
Okay. Indonesian have English is very important because English language system in technology. So what do you think about that? Can you introduce our culture using Indonesian language? So what do you think about that?
Okay, I will answer your question. Of course, we can promote our culture to people can use our language, such as we can translate from Google to promote our culture to another country. Let me continue my argument. For speaking, the next difficult phase by student is in speaking, where the articulation or pronunciation of word can be misinterpreted, even more if students are lazy in writing in publishing. Secondly, lack of feeling. People who can speak English are not necessarily feeling good English, especially if you try to translate a film that, no thanks, I'm speaking. is full of English or to translate the speech of foreigner with very long sentences and very fast pronunciation. Based on the definition.
Attention, please.
Yes, please.
What do you do if one day you come face to face with outsiders who have more English skills than you?
Okay, thanks for your question. Just explain. As we explained just now, we can promote our culture to another people or another country. Can translate from Google, so it is no problem. Let me continue my argument. Based on the definition of nationalism according to Big Indonesian Dictionary, namely, nationalism is an understanding or teaching to love one's own language and country, where nationalism is an awareness, the reflect of the values of good moral ethic among others. Then when it is a surety with learning English, of course, this will be a big problem.
Please?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. Big problem for some students when using English. Ladies and gentlemen, learning English is carried out only as an identifier.
Please?
Yes, please.
Okay, before your arguments, your statement is learning English can reduce nationalism in Sudan, right?
Yes, right.
Okay. Can you give a real example on date learning between and what the relationship between learning English and reduce nationalism?
Okay, I get your
real
point.
example or date, please.
Okay, I get your point. Back to the definition nationalism itself. One of the meaning nationalism itself to beloved our language. So, if student can use another language, it can reduce nationalism spirit among students. So, let me continue my arguments. Ladies and gentlemen, learning English is carried out only as an identifier of an international language or foreign language. It does not mean that a sense of nationalism among students will grow when learning English distressed quest in rate at the wise our nation has a living language, namely Indonesian. Why should we use a foreign language when we have a national language? So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our team disagree with learning English at school boosts nationalism spirit among Indonesian. Report from Kompas.com, Tirto.co.id explain the purpose of nationalism, namely to ensure the ability and strength to maintain a national
POI?
sense. Yes, please.
In your statement, you say that learning English can reduce nationalism among students. So, what solution do you choose, and what language that you choose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat again? Let me continue my arguments. Report from Kompas.com, Tirto.id explain the purpose of nationalism, namely to ensure the ability and strength to maintain a national sense in the country and to fight the influence of other country. This means English can be cited to be a threat to use because English is a foreign language. No thanks, it is time interruption of offer. Let me continue my arguments. Explain that the purpose of nationalism, namely to ensure the ability and strength to maintain a national sense in the country and to fight the influence of other country. This means English can be said to be a threat to use because English is another language. Thank you.
Stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now it's the time for the government whip to deliver your arguments.
Thank you again for the opportunity given to the affirmation team. Now as the third speaker, I will again strengthen our team's argument, which has been conveyed by my two friends that we from the affirmation team strongly agree with our motion today. Again, he emphasized the learning English can encourage nationalism in many students. The importance of learning English for education and the future. The importance of learning English, especially for education and the future, is because English is one of the international languages used by many countries. In some countries, English has become a second language for the people because the role of English as an international communication language is very important for various existing sectors. And Indonesia is one of the countries that now use English as second language, although not all Indonesian people do it. Seeing Indonesia's background as a country that is historic and has cultural diversity makes Indonesia one of the destination more for its tourists.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. Why is learning is important? Learning English is very important, especially in terms of education. In addition,
interruption, please.
Hold on. In addition, through English we can introduce the diversity of culture and language of this nation to those who want to know about this nation.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. As you know that your team agree with the learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. My question is, why should we use a foreign language when we have a national language? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Your question is good. I will answer it. English is a second language. As we know, English is very important in the world of education. One of the which is that we can introduce Indonesian culture diversity to outsiders who want to know about our nation. Back to my point. Indirectly, this has shown tangible evidence that English can increase nationalism in students. No thanks. One of which percentage in English we can introduce Indonesian culture and products to other countries. English as a foreign language has has a very strategic position in the current era of globalization.
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team agree with learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. My question is, how student how student not understand in English language? Thank you.
It is their problem. Why they do not learning English learning English carefully. Back to my point. English as a foreign language has a very strategic position in current era of globalization. The use of English is very no thanks. The use of English is very important to be able to adapt and keep up with the increasingly advanced global development. Yes, please.
Okay, your team agree learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. But how which student cannot understand the English language?
I will answer it. They can learn English every day to improve their skill in English. For example, in internet. Back to my point. Without realizing it, many changes have occurred in this country along with the fast-growing globalization. The development...
Interruption, please.
No thanks. The development of science and technology is irresistible and countries, no thanks, to grow rapidly. Being in this era globalization, yes please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. You said if student cannot understand English language, you said student can use with internet. And our team think learning English not carry out at school. Thank you.
Back to my point. Without realizing it, many changes have occurred in this country along with the fast-growing globalization. The development of science and technology is irresistible and continues to grow rapidly. being in this era globalization,
Interruption, please.
the Indonesia, no thanks, the Indonesian people are required to able to
Interruption,
communicate.
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Your team agree with learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. But you know that the definition of nationalism itself, to love our country, to love our language. Why you say that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students? Thank you.
Loving Indonesia is needed a demand for students because loving Indonesia is a form of feeling of nationalism. But the question now is, can we not learn English by loving Indonesian? Of course not. The definition of in your statement, you said learning English at school reduced nationalism. So why the government until now still makes English a subject in the curriculum? So back to my point, the application of the use of English properly and correctly in Indonesia is still very low, which is below 8%. In fact, English brings Indonesian name to be better known in the international world because the potential of this country can be well communicated using the internet language. In addition, there is still an assumption that Indonesian people who speak English are considered not nationalists, even though this is an incorrect assumption. Indonesia is a developing country, so it's still to follow the international world, which makes English an international language. When learning English, we can continue to create a sense of nationalism. For example, by introducing Indonesian culture to other countries. So we agree that learning English can increase of nationalism of most students. Thank you.
Thank you. So time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds exactly. We go to the opposition team. It's the time for you to refute the arguments given by the government team. So it's now it's the opposition wave, yeah? It's your chance to speak.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. So, our team disagree with the motion that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. Because, as you know that, learning English is carried out only as a identity on international language or a foreign language. It does not mean that a sense of nationalism student will grow when learning English these three languages in real time. Our nation has one language, namely Indonesian. Report from compass.com/ID explain the purpose of nationalism, namely to include the ability and strength to maintain a national sense in the country and fight the influence of the other country. This means English can decide to be a threat to use because English a foreign language that must be anticipated by use so that our national is mentioned. So, learning English, no thanks and speaking. Learning English can be difficult to students. This is because not all students understand the meaning. Yes, please.
In your statement, you say that you don't agree that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. As a student, why do you want to deepen your knowledge of English? I need your reason. Thank you.
Can you repeat again?
In your statement, you don't agree that learning English at school boosts nationalism among students. So, as a student, why do you want to deepen your knowledge of English? I need your reason.
Okay, thanks for the question. Your question is very nice. I will answer the question. Based on the definition of nationalist, according to Big Indonesian Dictionary, namely nationalist is understanding or teaching to love one's one language and country, where nationalism is one word that refers the follows.
I'm sorry, I need your reason.
Okay? Based on the definition of nationalist according to the Big Indonesian Dictionary, namely in nationalism, is understand or teaching to love our language and country, where nationalism is a version that...
Sorry, I need your reason, not your...
Okay, thanks for your question. I will answer your question.
I'm sorry, time for third speaker.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Go
sorry,
back.
time for the
you
third
cannot
speaker.
replace. Yeah, you cannot replace her. Yeah. You can discuss among you, but the opposition whip should be the one answering the question. Thank you.
Okay, I will answer the question. The reason why learning English at school not boosts nationalism among students, because based on the definition of nationalism according to the big Indonesian dictionary, namely nationalism is understood to teaching to love our language and our country and culture. Okay, let me continue my argument. So, learning English can be difficult to the student. This is because not all students understand the meaning of words in English code with incomplete criticism. If some students,
POI please,
notice and speaking, do not understand the words used when speaking in English, how is it possible that nationalism?
POI please.
Yes, please.
Okay, your statement is learning English at school reduces nationalism, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why the government in Indonesia until now still makes English a subject in the curriculum? Please, your answer.
Even though, based on, you said learning, the government, based on the definition.
Audience, please keep quiet.
Based on the definition itself, to love the country, to love the culture. Okay, let me continue.
Please, to the point. So why the government until now still makes English a subject in the curriculum? I need your reason, please.
Okay, I will answer the question. Even though you said until the government until Carter, based on the definition, it's based on the definition.
I'm sorry. I need your reason.
Sorry, she's trying to give the answer. Just give her time for answering.
Okay, let me continue my argument. So, learning English can be difficult to students. This is because not all students understand the meaning of words in English. Notice and speaking called with the input article. If some students do not understand the words used when speaking in English.
Attention, please.
Yes, please.
As we all know, many tourists from every country coming in Indonesia. What if the tourists think learning Indonesian language is not important from them? How the Indonesian people want to talk to them? Thank you.
Okay, I will answer the question. I think all people can translate on Google. Okay, let me continue my argument. Weakness of learning English in public school, team May 2017. Notice and speaking in Missouri.
Answer your question.
Take learning English at school. Learning English in public school lower many weakness. This weakness in the all effective cognitive and psychomotor domains. Notice and speaking. As you know that, a report from compass.com, Tirto ID.
Yes,
please.
Why if they cannot have a handphone? Don't have a handphone. Thank you.
Okay, let me continue my argument. Report from compass.com, Tirto ID. Explain the purpose of nationalism, namely to increase the ability and strength to maintain a nationalist sense in the country and fight the influence of the other country. The mass English can be said to be a threat to use because English is a foreign language that must be anticipated by use so that our national language is maintained. So, learning English can be difficult to students. This because not all students understand the meaning of what English called understand the words used when speaking in English. How it is possible the nationalism will group students? So, ladies and gentlemen, weakness of learning English in public school, team May 2000. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Time stops at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. That's for the third speaker. The next opportunity will be given to the reply speakers from both teams. So for this opportunity, please give time for yourself to elaborate every unanswered questions from the opponents, and also your arguments that will strengthen your position. Yeah? Okay, so the first opportunity will be given to the opposition team. Please reply speaker from opposition team.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, our team can conclude: learning English at school not boost nationalism among students. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the definition of nationalism itself to beloved our country, to beloved our language. Then when it is associated with learning English, of course, this will a big problem for some students when using English. Learning English is carried out only as identify of an international language or a foreign language. It does not mean that a sense of nationalism among students will grow when learning English. Distinguished, namely Indonesia. Why? So we use a foreign language when we have a national language. Ladies and gentlemen, report from Kompas.com Tirto.id explain the purpose of nationalism, namely to ensure the ability and strength to maintain a national sense in the country and fight the influence of other countries. This means English can be said to be a treat to use because English is a foreign language that must be anticipated by use so that our national language is maintained. Ladies and gentlemen, learning English can be difficult for students. This is because not all students can understand the meaning of words in English coupled with incorrect articulation. If some students do not understand the words when speaking in English, how it is possible that nationalism will grow among students? Ladies and gentlemen, report by Kompasiana.com, there are some difficulties in learning English for students. 1. Lack of confidence. 2. Limit time to study. 3. Never memorize vocabulary. 4. Difficult in pronunciation. 5. Fear of learning grammar. 6. Difficult to translate. And 7. Having no friends to practice. Ladies and gentlemen, weakness of learning English in public school 3 May 2017 in mixed clinic communication, listening, teaching. Target learning English at school. Learning English in public school leaves many weaknesses. This weakness is in all affective, cognitive, and psychomotor domains. It seems that all the material approaches that are equipped by the curriculum are not ideal in planning, but not in implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, too many rule, instruction, and other influential factors make learning English in practice seem to confuse students. The ultimate learning goal is still to cut up on grades in school exam in multiple choice from which doesn't say much about the student's real abilities. Students are not able to use their English correctly. Students do not have emotional attachment to their English. And students do not show good cognition in understanding the rule of English. Ladies and gentlemen, in the opinion of Professor Dr. Chada Alwasia, once upon a time that English learning in public school failed, which seems to be true today. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason our team disagree learning English at school not boost nationalism among students because based on the definition of nationalism itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Time stops at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The last speaker from the government team is, it's now your turn for the reply speaker to speak.
Okay, thank you for the time and chance back to given our team. Ladies and gentlemen, who we respect, the honorable adjudicators and our beloved partner from opposition team. Here I strengthen my argument. Currently, English is not just a subject that is learned in school, but English is a must for the young generation, especially students at school. The rapid development of technology and information requires today young generation to learn English. English is a brick to open windows to the world. We can achieve many things just by learning English. Ladies and gentlemen, if English not important, so why the government until now still makes English in subject in the curriculum? So I think learning English is so very important for students. And while learning English is very important in students, learning English is very important especially in terms of education. In addition, learning English, through English we can introduce the diversity of culture and language of this nation to those who want to know about this nation. English is very much needed in the national and national area. English as a foreign language has a very strategic position in the current of globalization. The use of English is very important to be able to adapt and keep up with the increasingly advanced global development. As a young generation, of course, we are required to be able to speak English in order to keep up with the times. Many of millennial generation now have good English skill. Without realizing it, many chances have occurred in this country along with the fast-growing globalization. The development of science and technology is irresistible and continues to grow rapidly. Being in this era globalization, the Indonesian people are required to be able to communicate in foreign language, especially English. English is the international language of interaction used in almost all parts of the world, especially in developed countries. Our beloved audience, the progress of the Indonesian nation is placed in the world of today's young generation, especially in school. The younger generation to be able to compete with the swift currents of globalization. Competitive competition with various countries in the world encourage students in Indonesia to be able to provide innovation for formal education in Indonesia. Competition with various countries in the international arena is a must for students in Indonesia today to dedicate themselves to the sake of the name of the nation. Our beloved audience, and to achieve this, learning English is very effective solution for students with good correct communication skill in English. Achievement in the international arena is friendly for today's young generation. Learning English doesn't mean we don't love our nation. Having the ability to communication in English does not make us a nation without the spirit of nationalism. On the other hand, by learning English, it will be easy for us make Indonesia proud in the eyes of the world. Therefore, we ask all of us to open up and change our mindset. Learning English can increase nationalism in students, because in fact, even if we learn English, we are still the nation children who come from our beloved homeland Indonesia. So once again, I emphasize our affirmation team is very supportive and agrees with our motion today. Finally, quote Ludwig Wittgenstein statement: the limits of my language mean the limits of my world. This means that our world is limited by the extent to which we master English, a portal to open the world's windows. So let's learn English for a better, smarter, and more international competitive Indonesia. Thank you.
Very impressive. Time stops at 4 minutes and 20 seconds exactly. Let us once again give a big applause for both teams. Yeah. For the outstanding performances. Thank you very much for both teams for the performance and also for the participation. We would like both teams to shake hands and return to the seats. Yeah. Thank you very much. Ini luar biasa ya, mereka hebat-hebat semua. Ayo, mantap, mantap. Very, very impressive performance, really, for the semi-finalists today. Thank you. Now we will give time for the panel of judges to finalize the scoring system. And with that, I would like to give this microphone back to the organizing committee.
Check. Check.
Oke, baik, selamat sore untuk kita semua. Ini sudah menanti-nantikan hasilnya tadi. Para juri, ketiga juri sudah membuat scoring penilaian akhir untuk 6 peserta pada hari ini. Dan hasilnya adalah yang akan masuk kepada babak final besok hari. Yang pertama adalah SMA Regina Pacis. Yang kedua adalah SMA Swasta Seminari. Yang ketiga adalah SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa. Fans banyak ini. Yang keempat adalah SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat. Ya. Dengan demikian terima kasih untuk SMA Swasta Thomas Aquino dan juga SMA 1 Golewa Selatan yang telah memberikan performance yang luar biasa juga hari ini. Dan ini selisih nilainya tidak jauh-jauh, hanya selisihnya tidak banyak, tapi juga itu juga menentukan kita besok hanya bisa untuk 4 tim, berarti hanya 2 chamber untuk besok ya. Untuk babak final. Dan pengumuman dari panitia, besok kita memulai babak final pada jam 9 pagi. Saya serahkan kembali kepada panitia, mungkin ada pemberitahuan tambahan, silahkan. Sudah.
Terima kasih Bu. Thanks for the chance given. Yang pertama, terima kasih kepada Bapak Dewan Juri, 3 Bapak Dewan Juri bersama Ibu Moderator. Karena sudah 2 hari, 2 days until now, we still have time tomorrow for still join English debate. And then thank you very much also for my dear students from SMA Thomas Aquino and also from SMA Golewa Selatan. You have participated the best and then still have time for the next year. And thanks for the supervisor, the headmaster, for all of us, untuk kita semua yang sudah bersama-sama berpartisipasi. Kita masih ada waktu besok untuk cari juara 1-2 dan 3-4. Oleh karena itu, saya mewakili Bapak Sius, mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya, mungkin dari tadi ada yang capek segala macam, so tired ya. Ini Frater bersama Romo Pater, mohon maaf. Kita harus sampai sore begini, itulah kita karena kita punya adalah media pembelajaran learning process, so we have to follow from the first until and in the end of this English debate. And then besok kami dari panitia mengharapkan 7:30 untuk keempat SMA. Paling tidak we should come early supaya jangan terjadi keterlambatan segala macam. Paling tidak ketika Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri, Bapak Dewan Juri dan Ibu Moderator sudah ada, paling tidak peserta dan pendampingnya sudah ada di tempat supaya tepat waktu sehingga jalannya debat itu bisa berakhir dengan baik. Itu saja dari kami panitia. Thank you very much untuk semuanya. Good afternoon untuk kita semua. Say goodbye. Thank you very much.